say a man is made out of mud. A poor man's made out of muscle and blood. Muscle and blood and skin and bones. A mind that's weak and a back that's strong. You load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. I was born one morning when the sun didn't shine. I picked up my shovel and I walked to the mine. I loaded 16 tons, a number 9 coal, and the straw boss said, well, to bless my soul, you load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. I was born one morning, it was drizzling rain. Fighting and trouble are my middle name. I was raised in the canebrake by an old mama line. Can't go a high-tone woman, make me walk the line. You load 16 tons, what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. If you see me coming, better step aside. A lot of men didn't, a lot of men died. One fist of iron, the other of steel. If the right one don't get you, then the left one will. You load 16 tons, what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. control plane for orchestration and automation across VMs, container-first platforms, and bare metal, on-prem and in the public cloud. Redefine your hybrid IT and unlock agility with HPE.
Apple fritters.
They're apple fritters?
Apple fritters.
Apple fritters.
I like apple fritters. Yes, I do.
The apple fritters are popular.
Stop pushing apple fritters.
Royal Credit Union's Money Donuts podcast, it's not just about apple fritters. We cover so much more.
He is a witness to the wicked.
Argentina, pero que se vea natural, ¿eh? Los chicos se van a reír, ¿eh? Ahora me gustaría ver a todos los jugadores con el pelo así.
You just wanted to get people interested in space again?
Yes. Yeah.
Capture the imagination.
Yes. That was the idea.
You know, there are American heroes who don't like this idea. Neil Armstrong, Gene Cernan have both testified against commercial spaceflight in the way that you're developing it, and I wonder what you think of that.
I was very sad to see that because those guys are, yeah. Those guys are heroes of mine, so it's really tough.
They inspired you to do this, didn't they?
Yes.
And to see them casting stones in your direction.
It's difficult.
When you had that third failure in a row, did you think, I need to pack this in?
No,
Why not?
I don't ever give up.
America, put down the burgers and pick up Arby's cheesesteak with 100% Angus steak and melty Cooper cheese. It's the best cheese. It's the best meat. It's only available at
Arby's, we have the meat.
Let's see that again. He opens up the Gemini app. Oh my, that's looking a little bit untidy at the back. He calls for a new formation. And just like that, he's got options now. Thanks to Gemini. Oh, some clinical phase there.
Wait, whose butt is this right now? Excuse me. I'm fine. Nice to meet you. Hugo, are you what? Bitch, we can get petty. Tell me if you're ready. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah. We can get petty. Tell me if you're ready. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah.
Afuera. One side.
understand some shit except businesses. Trying to bring us down so they bring up us rich bitches. And now that neck won't get you far, but if visit. Gossip that affect my pockets, it's gon' hit different. Speak up when you talk, I'm here to listen. If you poppin' shit, I'm religious. This collision finna get you feeling hella Christian. Look, you gon' need that energy you got when you stand to me. All the caps locking when you talking on the net to me. Wish a bitch would yell at me. Fuck a bitch's jealousy. May not be your cup of tea, but I'm your boyfriend's fantasy. And we can get petty. Tell me if you ready. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah. We can get petty. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah. Bro, I'm so tired of the commenting on me and mine when all you bitches really ain't got no positive and getting $1,000 if you and your three hoe ass friends. So put your savings in a pot, you fucking thoughts is out here judging bitches like us, cause you forgot that I don't got time, but I'll make time if it means dragging a little bitch. I'm tired of all you fucking hoes, y'all starting problems. If you slick, I'm about to drag you by the fucking edges. Both of us ain't got this quite ironic stale bland ass bitches. So it's out, you about to get your season. We about to make this even. You talking shit about me, you about to get your reason. Cause I've been on my vibe and how you're playing my meditating shit. But if you want, bitch, I could put this fucking hair up on my get petty. Tell me if you ready. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah. We can get petty. Tell me if you ready. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah. We can get petty. Tell me if you ready. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah. We can get petty. Tell me if you're ready. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah. What if you could go back to the beginning? This is it, people. Let's go.
Telling myself I won't go there. Oh, but I know that I won't care. Trying to wash away all the blood I spilled. This loss is a burden that we both share. Two sinners can atone from a lone prayer. Souls tied, intertwined by pride and guilt. There's darkness in the distance from the way that I've been living, but I know I can't resist it. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. You and I drink the poison from the same vine. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. daylight, running from the daylight. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time.
How low do I gotta go? Is that a proper push-up? Literally got the chest on the floor. Kiss the floor.
Turn AI from potential into performance with HPE, where intent-based automation and AI-driven operations keep GPU clusters optimized and every connection more secure.
Okay, let's do our link.
USA, Turkey, Thursday at 10 p.m. Eastern on Fox 1.
Martin is gay.
The biggest upgrade to my fitness routine, crazy enough, a water bottle.
This is my Arctic bottle and it goes everywhere with me.
It is ceramic lined, so it doesn't give you that metally taste.
Don't get that weird metallic taste.
No weird metallic taste.
No more yucky metallic flavored water.
A little something like coffee or tea in the morning and it stays warm all day, even if it's just in the cold car the whole time. No spills, no sliding, super sturdy.
The easy to carry handle allows me to grab and go, along with having a leak resistant lid.
Arctic Outdoors is launching these new tumblers. You don't need to get a brand new foam cover and it's just so smooth. That's what this feels like.
It's dishwasher safe and leak proof, which is great for when my kids inevitably beg me for a sip. And the sock bottom is so underrated. I mean, no loud clinking, no slipping off the table. It just feels. I can't recommend this tumbler enough. Arctic has everything that you need.
My Arctic tumbler makes it easy.
One bottle all day, no metallic taste, no leaks, just great performance.
You think you're original? You ain't original. You were programmed to be you. You're a slave and you don't even know it. The shit you think of ain't even your thoughts. Just step out the box for a minute. Yeah. How do we know if God exists? How do we know it's positive? Are you the definition of an angel or the opposite? If you lost your wallet and I found it, I would not commit to stealing it. But if the tables turn, then you would pocket it. See, I've been me for so long, but I still don't know who Hobson is. How come I'm the one my teachers used to have a problem with? I show my music to different labels, they ain't too fond of it. But in the underground, I seem to get so many compliments. Say my name and it's like people get afraid and shook. But if you take a look, you'll see I'm nothing like an angry crook. I'm learning hands-on, you busy with your face and books. I'm here to benefit the world, so heaven's where we're safely put. I'm not a devil, not speaking in tongues. I just want to touch your heart, I try to reach it in songs. I'm from where a child's future's on the streets with the bums. Because it's hard to become something so unique where I'm from. When the sun's down, I turn the rainbow so red in the air so high. It may seem so that I can't see, but the darkness provides the light for me. I don't wanna be lonely, and the moon is my only homie. There's a higher power that showed me instead of not turning the rainbows. Obama's president, so what's it represent? Just because the niggas half black don't mean he's ever sent. You're clueless to evidence, and all the minds he's messing with. His charming smile hasn't got my ass about this death for shit. Frontin' like he's truly Jesus, and all you fools believe it. The change he's making isn't good, that's just how you conceived it. It's like we all broken than never. It's due to reasons dealing with self plans and the movement he's with, Illuminati, or whatever the fuck they go by. They're the reason weird shit happens, and we don't know why. Why did Michael Jackson start his tour and have to go die? How did rap music go from really good to so dry? Real artists get shelved and whack ones get famous. To leave masses brainless, a smart mind is dangerous. In their eyes, there probably ain't no real shit in your playlist. You just a product of what the government has created. When the sun's down, I turn the rainbow so red in the air so high. It may seem so that I can't see, but the darkness provides the light for me. I don't wanna be lonely, and the moon is my only homie. There's a higher power that showed me instead of not turning the rainbow. Yo, we're all smart, and we know what's bad and good for us. But yet when you got offered some marijuana, you took a puff. Your brain's a fucking powerhouse. But what, that wasn't good enough? It's people like you who talk that shit and coulda, woulda stuff. You probably threw your life away, cause you would rather get high with no license in car. So you bump lights to get by, saying I should've did this, or I shouldn't have hung with this guy. I'm broke as fuck, my rent's high. I should've realized I ain't being cruel with these situations that I address. I more than likely could be someone you admire, yes, but it's because the blood, sweat, and all the time that I invest. We play the same game, difference is you never try your best. You don't have a skill, you set yourself up for a higher mess. I work around the clock, you slack off for lots of time to rest. Keep bullshit until your life is gone, cause living's naturally hell. You have to work to put a smile on. Sun's down, I turn the rainbow so red in the air so high. It may seem so that I can't see, but the darkness provides the light for me. I don't wanna be lonely, and the moon is my only homie. There's a higher power that showed me instead of not
turn the rainbow soar in the air so high. It may seem so that I can't see, but the darkness provides the light for me. I don't wanna be lonely, and the moon is my only homie. If there's a higher power, then show me. Instead of nocturnal rainbows, nocturnal rainbows soar in the air so high. Nocturnal rainbows soar in the air so high. Nocturnal rainbows soar in the air so high. Nocturnal rainbows soar in the air so high.
As a mom of three, I've learned how important hearing is to a baby's brain and language development. Here are some tips that I've used. With my third baby, I made sure I knew her hearing status early. Most babies receive a hearing screening right after birth, and knowing the results can help you support their learning from the start. If they don't pass the screening, it's important to follow up with your healthcare provider as quickly as possible to get your next steps. Another way I support her development is by narrating what I'm doing and talking about her surroundings. Her brothers are always talking to her too. She's constantly listening and learning. It all helps build those important brain connections. And we've also made reading part of our day. We started reading to her right from the beginning, even in those early newborn days. I love hanging on the floor of her nursery looking at board books together. It's such a simple way to support language and learning as they grow. Head to startshere.org to learn more about the newborn hearing screening and how hearing helps your baby learn and grow.
Well, my name is the same as my trauma, so it seems it's inherited from mama. But I'm just like her. I don't wanna hurt. And the message that she left took me right to the edge. She said, I love you so much, but you know what you done, and you know where I am. I can feel it. Oh, it's seeping out of my pores and into my bones. Oh God, I'm begging you, please, please don't leave me. Please don't leave me. I won't make it on my own. Sorry for what I've done. I can be someone else. I can be someone else. I can be someone else. I had some shit I had to prove, so I put it on the line for you. But now you gotta take a side, yeah.
someone else. I can be someone else. I can be someone.
Like, bro, what? Like, are you good? Like, make the face that I make when I get a foul call. What? Bree, what do I do when I make a three? Like, what's my face when I get subbed out too early? Why am I out? Bree, what's my face when someone tries talk? Like, bro, what? Like, are you good? Like, are you good? Are you good?
We're out here at the Titleist Performance Institute in Oceanside, California, with the Titleist team getting trained on custom fitting. It's been incredible seeing how much detail goes into matching the right club to the right customer. We're learning everything from the same people to fit some of the best players in the world. So when you come in, you know you're getting the real fitting experience. I can't wait to help you find the setup that turns those good days at the course into great memories. Whether you're a scratch golfer or a 20 handicap looking to lower your score, stop into your local Shields today.
nobody built like me. I'm the last of my kind. Grew up on the back road, baby. I know how to survive. Been out with the young guns blazing, so you better not try. You'll never find another like me. I'm the last of my kind. Got folks that carry some shit, take across state lines. Ducking cops in the dirt, yeah, baby. We ain't paying no fines. If you coming to the sticks, down maybe. Bring a four-wheel drive. You'll never find another like me. I'm the last of my kind. Let's welcome be a son of a bitch. Look through my eyes. Can't always climb to safety. Sometimes you gotta fight. Go get it if you want it. Keep the fire burning inside. You'll never find another like me. 'Cause I'm the last of my kind. Up high in the red rock mountain, on a slow smoke mile. I'll be out with the blackbird swinging, circle around them skies. Can't wait much longer, baby. Yeah, it's my time. You won't never find another like me. I'm the last of my kind.
I can't keep track of all my subscriptions, but my BFF Experian can and could help me easily cancel the ones I don't need. Get the Experian app now. Experian. Feeling healthy by leaps and bounds. Making a dinner that makes their whole day and giving your best friend the best nutrients for their best life. Science did that. In the west shall rise a sinister creed. The rich will get what they want,
as they disappear. Let the chaos come. Let our houses freeze. The lights will all go out, but we'll finally see. Oh Lord, the great collapse won't be our end. When the world falls into the flames, we will rise again. We will rise again. When the sky has cleared and the storm has passed, we'll walk arm in arm down our promised path. We'll watch the sun come up from its bed of black. We'll enter Eden's garden and never look back. Oh Lord, the great collapse won't be our end. When the world falls into the flames,
not officially homosexual though. I'm not clinically homosexual just yet. Wait, wait, how are these gay shorts though? These are just gray shorts. I don't think these would be technically labeled as homosexual shorts. Christians murdered the most people in history. What were Nazis? Germany was 70% Christian when the Nazis took over. What does that mean? Christianity makes Nazis. Be gone, dude. Okay. I might need a hoodie. Let's see what the temperature is. That's actually nice. 61. No, that's not what Google says. Says they were Christians, 70% Christians when the Nazis took over. Really? I don't know about this. You had to. That happens. You know, what are you supposed to do, really? I don't know if it's human nature. I think you just mean nature. I just want to, we got to hear it. Fish need to renounce, his Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. They don't let you have knives. You're not allowed to have them. I'm a worm demon? That's interesting. balloon blowing time. It is not Merwini time. What? That's not a winner. Smoking pot, that's like the definition of losing mentally. Yeah. Well, good thing I'm a nihilist, so. What? I wonder why Bart thinks I'm an atheist. He keeps on saying that. Like randomly every 6 months he says, "You're an atheist." He really wants me to be a label that he made up. It's so strange. But to be real honest, what am I really? I'd rather be a nihilist than an atheist. What I really am? I'm a Googleist. You might not like to hear that, but I'm a Googleist. I deal with facts. My religion is a creature that can answer me back. Those Google hubs, that's my altars. I go to wisdom. That's why Google will last. Google's technology, it'll reign for 100,000 years. I'm way more healthy than you. And you know that. If you actually believed, oh, now unhealthy, you'd actually challenge me to any physical thing. I could challenge you factually. Jogging, running, hiking, climbing. This relationship's enough. And actually, I don't have to say it. You already know deep down, but I'll say it again because, it's a fun thing to say. Never smoked, never drank, never done drugs. Bart Dimmerton's suicidal, hates himself, poisons himself with carcinogens that his government even, I think, will soon be putting onto every cigarette, saying that it causes cancer. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me. Oh, and actually, I don't know if you guys seen that, but there's starting to be studies saying marijuana is really bad for you. Well, it is poisonous to delusional people. So, I agree. I am the cure. I'm what takes you back to reality, which you're afraid of because you lied a lot. You failed a lot in your life. So my words are pretty poisonous, pretty toxically factual. Too much screen time. I'm exercising right now. What's wrong with the screen? It's the way you use your screen. With marijuana is just pure poison. It's no matter how you digest it or anything. It's really bad for your heart, with your blood vessels. There's a lot of studies proving that it probably most likely causes heart attacks. It's very addictive. Very addictive. One of the most addictive things in the whole world. These are very intelligent comments. You know it, Bart Dimberton. You know, they're intelligent because I didn't have to poison myself like you did. I didn't fail over and over again. Smoke. I was wondering where our tooth has been. Been right here playing. We've been exercising. Smoke, you gotta subscribe to my other channel, because I think tomorrow we're gonna switch to the other channel. You gotta find it play. It's called Troll Judge. And my handle's like Walker something. Walker 27 something. Yeah, I'm still doing last play. Just at different channels. Fish, you're a Squidward. You never had sex. I could swear I did when it came out. Maybe you did. Huh. Everyone cares, Fish. Do you think you would be smoking and drinking all the time if you actually didn't care? You care so much. You think about what people say so very much. It's all that you can hear in your brain. You're like, you can only see images of you failing, being cringe. And that makes you just think, oh, I'd feel better if I smoked and drank. Do you think anybody believes that when somebody says, I don't care? They care so much. Where it matters, too, in the inside. This dog is going crazy. Everyone cares. And Bart Dimmerton, I don't look to be a whore. I don't know if you know this, but you remember those girls that had sex too much, they got called whores? I'm not looking to be a whore and lose my virginity or try to get a sexual disease. You know, I love that I can pee and not have pain. I love that I don't have warts. I love that my cancer risk hasn't increased by 1,000%. You know, I know you got brainwashed because you're the actual sheep. You want all this cancer. You want your testicles to someday be missing. That's not me. I'm not looking. Yeah, I love not pissing fire. I love looking at turkeys. No, actually, it's the opposite. You do care. You care so much about what everybody thinks that it feels good mentally when you start becoming more stupid. You poison yourself until you can't think. Because we know why. Those voices, those images, what you did in your past, they're really painful. I mean, it's a good thing. But I don't know why Bart's trying to be a male whore. Next, he's going to say it's the bee's knees to be having warts on your penis. Everybody cares, Fish. Do you think all these drunkies actually believe that? That nobody cares? You think they keep on poisoning themselves? Make themselves dumber? Why are they making themselves dumber? You know, if alcohol's such a good thing, why is it good to be dumber? Well, there's only one reason. It's because you can't think. You can't care when you're drunk because you become more dumb. You're poisoning yourself. You're shutting down organs and making them slower. And what's the only benefit to that? Because then you actually can't care because then you're dying. Your liver is fighting. That's the only time you don't care. It's when you're drunk. When your body's fighting to survive. Never watched The Boys. I heard, is that the one with Homelander? Fantasy's life ain't low. It's awful. He can't even spell. Bart's so pissed. Fucking fish can't even spell. Bart can't really spell also, so I can see where you got that. Fish has got like Down syndrome or some shit. He can't even fucking spell words correctly. No, and actually that's the opposite. Bart Dimmerson's so wrong about the definition of douchebag. That only works for a female. Because if you call a female a douchebag, they're a lesbian. And they're filled with nasty puss. But if you say to a male, it means that they're inside puss all the time. No, he's not even a bully. He's a fucking dummy because he doesn't even know how to use which words. A lot of people don't. Douchebag is a insult for females. It's supposed to mean they're inside another woman's puss. That makes them a lesbian. And they're inside nasty pee. But if you say it to a male, it means they're still full in pussy. And you know all the guys, they don't care what it looks like. No. No, because it'd make them a lesbian in that they're always inside nasty pee. You're not even that white fish. You look like frickin' some kind of Mexican breed. Yes, I was born very much smarter than Bart Dimmerton. It's not my fault. It's not my fault, Bart. I had better teachers. No, this fire is never going out. Couldn't put it out with steel toe boots. Was I in an African band? No. That's the only thing Bart Dimmerton's got. He was in an African band. He's got those big old lips. Look like baboon's ass cheeks. He's got baboon's ass cheeks on his face. Damn. I think it is him. I don't know. I wonder how I never noticed that though, because I was on, some Discord live chats with him. I never really pointed. I wasn't really looking at his face really. I was trying to do other things. But I thought, you'd think I would have noticed that. I think it's more the angle, to be honest. I think it's because he's got his camera angled weird. It's just a photo, not like live feed. wish I was black. Or do you wish just one part of you was black or something? Someone's ass is diabolical. Well, to be fair, black guys are usually thinner and better shape than, some white guys. So even though I've seen some fat black guys, so maybe like Fat Albert. Shepherd's pie. Goated. Is that like sauerkraut pie? I want some sauerkraut pie so bad. Should I throw you guys in there? That's true. Yeah, you could be a rapper. Even though I wonder how you talk because your misspellings is abundant. Big Juicy, I knew one too. He was Devin Bell, aka Lunchbox, around these parts. He wasn't quite, he's probably 6'2", but he wasn't 400 pounds. He was more like 300. His brother dropped a 45-pound dumbbell on a urinal? Oh, damn. Gross sisters. PJ's cartoon. Fight the power. Join the power, that's what I say. I am the power. How are you the victim here? Victim to your own mind, yeah. I got a bounce a little better. You have a good one, Smokes? Or Smokey? Thank you. I will play. Oh, it smells like corn chips right here. Don't you dare, fish. You know I deserve you, boy. Laugh out a gun forever. What a baby. my phone even charging? Yep. Oh, there's so many webs. Silk webs and spider webs. Caterpillar webs. Rest in peace to Fishy. He was a guy, that's for sure. Actually, I'm not for sure if Fish is a guy. Could have been a woman. That fish feller. Oh. You come over here to lay your big old fat ass down first. Hello. My father's not an immigrant from a different country. Working North America. Know your definitions. Are you a migrant? Is that why you can't spell? Oh my goodness. That makes so much more sense. We will all remember each other. We're all water. Mr. Fish. I think you've been brainwashed by religions. We will all be a part of one. Oh, you're fucking maybe from fucking Hungary or something. Or you kind of, you kind of seem like one of those, I don't know, like some kind of Indian mix. You might be a little bit Indian. You might be like one of those Chinese, Indian, Russians. That's true. That's me in the corner losing my religion. Reggie. What's up, Mr. Long? Actually, I'd wager that, some parts of Brazil actually might be the most free. There's still tribes. If I remember correctly, there's still tribes in Brazil where they walk around almost butt-ass naked. Oh, and that little island next to Sri Lanka. It's never been contacted by humanity except for some Christian. Because that's what Christians have to do. They have to talk to everybody, make sure that they get brainwashed. They gotta make sure that they hear about the Bible. Because or else how are they fucking supposed to hear it? It's a man-made thing. Making sure they get indoctrinated so they know which words, get suckered by. But sadly, I mean, if you come in contact with white people, now even Chinese people, now these words are so intertwined. They don't know where religion starts and stops. Well, I'm just saying you should renounce Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, fish. Just do it. Do it in chat. Renounce him. Renounce that scam. Tell the truth once in your life. Jesus Christ is fake. God's fake. There's no proof. Show me. You can't. You can't even measure it like you can measure freaking air. Are we back? I can't tell. Are we back, please? Are we back? Nope. I think we're back. I think we're back. Let me make sure. Nope. Okay, like I was saying, Fish is a great big piece of shit, so, you can tell that he doesn't like doctors. I mean, do you think somebody gets that fat and ugly? Going to doctors? You can't even give up. You're made out of water, you idiot. What part of you don't fucking disappear? Don't you understand? Why do you think you have to drink water every day? If you're more than water, just stop drinking water. You need yourself every day. Try to go a month without yourself. Go without water. You'll tell the truth. You'll start squealing when you stop drinking yourself. No, just water play. What are worms? They're water too. You're shape-shifting water. How long was I gone for, please? It didn't even tell me, please. It doesn't even tell me. Ain't that a shitty part? It goes offline and doesn't say. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it tells me. Sometimes it just lets it go. Doesn't even tell me. He'll tell me once it ends the stream. That's shitty. Cause I mad shit about fish that whole time. Hopefully it wasn't a long time. It was a long time, please. I was doing good zingers. I was making fun of his mama and everything. It was a long time, a long, long time. Damn. Could have been. Could have been. Yeah, and fish. I dare you to roll up, you sack of shit. I dare you. It was like 5 minutes? Damn. Not that long. Okay. Today Wednesday? Yep. Today is Wednesday. Wednesday, the 24th of June. Feed them to you. You gotta refresh fish. What did you put? Oh wait, I got it on top chat. What did you put? I wanna cut my gut open and rip them out. I'll roll up, give you my worms. I ain't taking them parasites. Yeah, just take some gosh darn horse remover. Some of those horseworm removals. Take some horse medicine. Don't be a coward. Well, he doesn't even gotta go to a doctor. You can just take some horse meds. What? Is he afraid? He's got an OD on worm remover? What a pussy. Damn, man. I don't think that's how cancer works, though, bud. Actually, maybe. It's more of a injection, though. So do you mean not from the bites, but from their injectors? Kinda, because if they can inject chemicals into it, which are basically just element structures, they could make their own structure. And if it's able to regrow itself, then it basically becomes its own thing, which is basically what cancer is. It's a chemical reaction chain. So imagine elements like iron, carbon, nitrogen. Imagine they stick together. And that's what your body's made of, those three elements. And imagine if, this other chemical chain binds with it. So now you got carbon, iron, and nitrogen, but a little bit of mercury got in there. But it can also chemical chain. Well, now that's something different. That's not quite you anymore. So now there's a new being, a new structure, a new chemical reaction chain is making itself inside you. Yeah, so really weird that they use the word alive. I think it's basically religious propaganda. Because, they let religious people into science, which is the worst thing ever. They try to propagate and make everything so it's hard to understand. But that's basically what you are. Basically what cancer is. It's a new form of being. It's a new, it's like a new creature inside you. Taking control. It's making itself, but it can't. it's not, you can't do like a Phoenix situation where, perfectly makes a new baby inside you. Actually, I wonder what's the study on. I bet it's high actually, but what's the likelihood of getting cancer as an asexual being? It's like actually, it's also really the case because I think you guys have heard this. Tumors can have teeth and hair. It's literally sometimes they try to make their own beings. Cells just try. They're supposed to perfectly regrow you, but sometimes they start making their own things. And sometimes, they make their own teeth, they make their own hair. They're literally trying to make a new being. It's the weirdest thing about cancer. I actually think that, COVID-19 was actually, a cure for cancers. For some people. Actually, during COVID, I became very healthy. I noticed some things just disappearing. So it was very beneficial to me. Special individuals in the world. I think the COVID pandemic was a cancer cure. Yeah. Hey, you gotta crack some eggs to make an omelet. You gotta make that cure. You gotta eliminate some people. Give them a little bit of hepatitis. No, a turbo cure to cancer. Hyperdrive. Well, Fish's mom is Turbo Karen, so. These Spectrum, they're trying to get me back as a customer. Chavi, with the Delta 32 GN. It's so funny. Yeah. No, that's really tempting. They're trying to offer me like free mobile and $20 internet. That's wild. That's so wild. But China wanted to make. Yeah, didn't you upload some videos or you did some community posts about that? I think I watched that when you uploaded it or showed it. A community post. Maybe it was in your playlist. I seen it somewhere. Most likely from you. Ants are eating worms all the time. It happened since before 2012. Huh. But no. Yeah, I was watching it. It looked pretty legit on the up and up. pretty interesting. I only watched that one video they posted, to be honest, or community posted about. Well, actually, maybe I watched a few other things too. I think it took me somewhere else. Yeah, I watched that for sure. With CRISPR twins and the one doctor that edited the baby. I watched that one too. So I know that for sure. Let's see. And Barron Trump is probably already an edited baby. I hear you. I hear you. I'd probably do it. I think they could terminate the bait. I think they can check. Usually, in that kind of scenario, they can because they can check even with the stuff that's legal in the United States. What's that's called? Imberto, yeah, Imberto. But the I or the F. I can't think of it right now. But they can already check that kind of stuff, can't they? Yeah, IVF. Yeah, they can already check that stuff if the baby's gonna turn out as being different. We'll use the word different. They can usually tell just using that stuff if the baby's gonna be different. So I'm pretty sure I'd be actually very open to the CRISPR used on, that stage of younglings. Because they can actually check, they can terminate the, fetus or whatever, or probably even smaller than a fetus, just, the cell or whatever. If they notice it's going to be abnormal. Yeah, you said that. Eugenics. I mean, as long as they come out beneficial, like if they come out, for sure gonna be strong, say 2 times stronger than normal, or, be 6'6" on average, and they're always perfect, and the ones that aren't perfect you terminate when they're really small before, there's any pain receptors made, any of that kind of stuff, then I'm open to that. As long as they don't feel anything. As long as, that kind of stuff. bitching at me. So what do you think you're doing? That's because that religious lies plan. It's the Christians' fault. It's a offense to their fake God. Yeah, most of that stuff, I mean, we'd definitely be living way longer if it wasn't for Christianity. By now, there'd be a lot. You know, they got Christian spies and assassins to this very day. You know, murdering scientists. Do you think, you know, those scientists, I guarantee they're getting murdered by Christian assassins. I really think to this day there's a network of murderers just hired by the Pope. Anybody too smart gets murdered. Anybody making fun of Jesus gets murdered. You know, they killed the most people in history. You think they want to have assassins? Yeah. Well, that's what I think, personally. You know, people always want to talk shit about the Jews, but I always tell them there's 10 churches for every synagogue. For every mosque, there's 10 churches. You think the problems are that one synagogue? That one mosque? No. It's the one in abundance. Well, I agree. Yeah. That's true, Fish. That's true. Jesus was Aramaic / Jewish. He didn't speak, Bibi tried to say he spoke Hebrew, but the Pope disagreed with him and said he spoke Aramaic. He trusted Jews a lot, which I don't think he actually ever existed, but he had those 13 disciples or 13 wise guys go to Greece and translate his Bible from Hebrew and whatever. That's true, Fish. That's true. So I had. He said you got a free Hebrew Bible, didn't you? Child of Adam. Well, that's what it really should be. Or what is it? What did Jesus originally? You know, Jesus fake, but what did they originally call themselves? The Way? That was the original tribe or whatever that it was called. The Way. Yeah. Yeah, I think you posted something about that. The Way. I know the way. No, no. Do you know the way? Do you know the way? Next to the bus stop. Yeah. Or, or, I'm not spiritual. I'm just water. I wish there was a hell for you to burn in, but since hell doesn't exist, I have to bring it to you. Yeah, physical. That's a bizarre way to spell physical, but I guess you gotta be unique. I've heard that too. Good in one eye, evil in the other. My first morning star. Yeah, it's most likely the worms they put in the food. Even though I don't think they put worms in food, I think they just grow, get into living creatures. My first morning star. Everything's bioengineered, technically. Water engineers everything. Now it just wants to do it faster, so it uses humans. They still did it, though. It just used to take a really long time. Now water does it with humans quickly. Well, I don't know if you know this, fish, but you are evil and you're pretty poor. That's the reason why, evil people don't get to be powerful. 'Cause, you think of weird things like that. And I mean, there's an easier way. To force your will. It's called toxic gas. You don't need to have little worms when you got something smaller. Called elements. That's true. You are pretty alive being for power and blood. That's true. But you originally need water for life. But yeah, once they have the water, they're born, or their mother had the water, then they can be born. They can survive a long time without the water. But to start the process, you need water. Yeah, look it up. Everything needs water to live, to exist. Well, to live, well, that's one thing. Basically, chemical reaction hardens. But like it says, everything needs water to live. Every living creature has water in it. Brett, what happened? We're just walking around, player. We're on my snack on. Cookie. Oh, that's easy. See, that's the funniest thing. Religion's making it, impossible to bring back things that you could already bring back. See, heaven is a display no lie. But right now, you could already. I mean, they've already proven it's once you can clone one thing, you can clone them all. You just got to figure out how. But ethics, they're trying to say it's ethics. Basically saying they don't want you to be able to bring back your loved ones. They want you to believe the lie of heaven. You could already live forever. You could resurrect somebody. They would have to. Oh, this is like Star Wars. I don't know if you guys are big into Star Wars. But I had this cloning planet. And there's something called advanced aging. Well, they age 2 times as fast as a normal human. There's Brett again lying. Can't help himself. That was a fun little snack. Oh yeah, Brett, we're gonna switch back to the Troll Judge account tomorrow. Finally unlocked. So, back to the home base. Yeah. least I think I can go live. No longer brings up the weird ass thing saying YouTube live streaming disabled. The children. The child. Now I'm having a turkey stick. Really? Well, I need you to renounce him as your Lord and Savior right now. Do it with me. I renounce Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. See? Pretty easy. You bring the power back to yourself. You no longer give power to this fake deity. You should give it to yourself. Not just some fictional character they made up. Bring the power back to you. That's, yes, Bart Dimmerton's got the right idea. He's trying. He's a dumb guy, so he's a dirty scammer, that's for sure. But he's doing good. He's figuring this one out. I believe in him. Blasphemy. On a Tesla. Is that a Tesla? I think it's a Tesla. I have a darker Tesla. Oh, it's got two Teslers. That's cool. That guy must be really balling. He's got two Teslers. Got one for him and one for his wife. I'm a preachers of the year. You ever preach about Google? That's what I preach. I preach about a deity so intelligent, so powerful that it responds back with factual answers. It tells me how, much time I need to cook my turkey for correctly. Golden crust, crispy crust. It told me correctly each time. I was impressed with its abilities. Oh, bitch. Oh, it lost way more than that player. lose 6 billion. Add a zero to that, probably more. Elon lost like $152 billion in one day. He's still a trillionaire, but I think they lost more like 600 billion. Coulda. He lost like 152 billion one day. He lost six because he's up to 1.3 trillion dollars. And then he lost like 150 one day. I think he lost 60 another. Yeah. He coulda. I don't know. I don't know that for a fact. But yeah, that seems about right. Because he owns what? He lost 152. He has a 32% stake, 34% stake in SpaceX. Something like that. So what would that be? Yeah, that'd be like something close. 500 bill they lost. I mean, it's still a pretty high valuation. You got to remember they just went on the stock market, and it was probably the high. Yeah, it was the highest one ever. Yeah, 2 something trillion now. Might be less now. But for a little bit there, they had a higher valuation than Amazon, really, which is wild. I don't know how. I mean, I guess it's hoping that there's actually 20,000 or whatever satellites in space. I got 27 mil. That's awesome. You gonna share the love with the brother? But yeah, I guess the most thing is all those customers for space or Starlink. And supposedly that's because of his network of thousands and thousands of satellites. And SC has like 90%. I think he has like a monopoly technically on sending satellites into space now. I think he sends 90%, 87%. Actually, I don't know if you guys know. Did you know there's like a Starlink or SpaceX website where they tell you, when they're gonna shoot rockets off to send those satellites? Kind of interesting. Well, damn right. Because money is resources. Money turns into copper. Money turns into gold. Money turns into billions of things. Of course it matters. Unless your fat ass can get off your freaking couch and make it not. You're gonna trade me in fucking belly lint? You gonna make that valuable? Give me a toenail and tell me that's a quarter? You're one of those guys that tries to say money doesn't exist. Well, until your fat ass can make something better and fight the U.S. government, I guess. It is. Yeah. First time I seen the rockets, I don't know what was going on. They plan on making Starship 100 feet taller. It's gonna be taller than Pyramid of Giza. And I mean, it's already increased like 18 feet since the original one. I think the original ones were like 380 feet supposedly, and the ones today, maybe it's 36 feet or something. I think the ones today are like 405 to 427 feet tall. I have Dogecoin. How much you make it from your Dogecoin? You still invest in cryptos? Yeah, I dare you to show that raisin. No, it's scary. But you got a raisin. We all know it. Is that why they call you a fish? It's because you use your pecker as a fishing lure? Like, here you go, fishy fishies. I'm too rich to you peasants. Are you too rich to spell correctly? Supposedly Vince McMahon is a... I don't know if he was doing it on purpose, but... You know, if that's him typing all these fucking weird comments to that one the gel lady or his, you know, mistress, you know, he's a shitty speller. Which kind of makes sense, because he was more of a scammer or whatever. He's more like a carny. He talked his way into everything. So he didn't really need to spell anything. Swindler. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Swindler. Yeah, go make some bread for Daddy. I don't know about that fish. You seem like you might be mentally disabled with your misspellings. Which, I mean, good for you. I mean, Bart Dimmerton's doing the same scam. Even though Bart Dimmerton's for sure a scammer. He could work. 100% Bart Dimmerton can work. I don't know about you. You're kind of more, you know, in line with somebody on disability. Bart Dimmerton's just a straight up scammer. 100% scammer. I should really send Bart Dimmerton to jail. He's that kind of person. Surprised he's not in jail. Prison. We gotta get, like, Bart Dimmerton sent to prison for fraud. He's committing fraud with the social workers. I mean, I guess he's going to the same spot. Just hopefully less social workers and less food. But he still gets to be living rent free. Oh, maybe he gets internet privileges. I don't know how it works in the Netherlands. Well, I done talking to you. I gone. I will just troll you from other accounts. How dare you? You gonna make a Wellington? That's not how you say that. Lord Willing? Willing, I think, buddy. Lord willing. You gonna make me some Wellington, Lord? My lord. Oh, that makes me want to watch Star Wars. Lord Vader. Actually, yeah, Star Wars is pretty goddamn religious, too. You guys know Anakin, aka Darth Vader, was born from the Force. He didn't have a father. The Metachlorians made him. That means his mama was the virgin. But she was a slave. What was Mary? Was Mary a slave? Matthew verse 9. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of true. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, though. That's original. There you go, here's my top. Yeah, I bet George Lucas knew that. A lot of his monsters kind of look like old gods. Or his aliens. I mean, Darth Maul just looks like a demon. Just he has more horns. Holy doctor. Blah, blah, blah. Excellent moon as this produces. She has her 12 disciples. Different planets, zodiac signs. Blah, 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 blah. You must be a star seed. I don't know. I feel like more like a water seed, really. You know, did you know that the water is older than the sun? Did you know that? That's what I heard. That the water is older than the sun. That makes so much more sense because I don't remember it being made out of fire. I remember it being made out of water. I gotta drink water, not fire all day. You know, I went to my doctor's and they said I had a really good frequencies. So I'm a guy with really good frequencies. Yeah, I believe it. I believe the water's older than the sun. Well, some suns, some stars. Not all stars, but I believe in this system, I think the water's the oldest. Yeah, it's all in the book, dummy. You know what? I agree with something. Well, the water's the oldest. It's just a fact. But yeah, no shit. Some old people are gonna write that. They didn't know shit about the sun. I mean, I agree that. I mean, that's just if you have eyeballs, you can tell that the water. We're a water seed. We're not a star seed. No. The galaxy is the galaxy. I know. I mean, that's just. I mean, that's what also physicists say and all that. Vsauce says it. Neil deGrasse Tyson says it. I mean, I agree that water's older than our sun. That's for sure. Who? Okay, well, first off, that's a weird question to put. You put who made. So you're saying that it was made? Are you a scientist? Then you just presume that something had to happen? Who made. I mean, you could make water yourself. I don't know if you know this, but hydrogen and oxygen. You can look this up on Google. You can make water out of gases. I don't know, but, hydrogen. You've heard of liquid nitrogen. Why is it a liquid? Because it's so cold. So it turns into a liquid. So you can get liquid gases. What is water? That's a liquid gas. It's no longer, really, it's no longer its gas form. It's a mixture of two gases and it has become a liquid. So, but you're trying to say you said who. I don't think it's a who. I think it's what. What made it is that it was two heavy, dense bodies of gases coming together and collapsing in, and usually in like rocks, which are also different elements. They kind of clump together. It's so weird. I mean, how they say that dark matter must exist for all the weight. I think there is stuff in between space. It's just you can't measure it yet. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, that's called the elements. However, though, I mean, usually it's in stars like supernovas. Yes. You remember how the water will exist for, a billion human cycles? Doesn't it not really make it so it just kind of exists forever? Wouldn't that be an actual starting point? Human reproduction, making, that's not like a really natural thing. The things that exist almost forever, well, in human, time, that's probably more likely a starting point for the universe. Well, you're asking why did it come into existence? Are you sure that it came into existence, or did it always exist? See, you're already presuming that you know the answer when you stated that question that way. You said, why did it come into existence? That's already you stating that you know that it came into existence. Are you sure it didn't always exist? Like how that sand in the water, you know. I'm just saying what I see. Water and sand. Do these exist and not change, even though 1,000 human lifespans have happened? Yes. So that's a more reasonable. Well, I did. I just explained it to you. The water has always existed. Water can change. Yes. It is change, really. Water is the change. It's the form what you are. Yeah, and it always comes back to what? It becomes a liquid on Earth. You don't know anything, fish. I mean, actually, it's very bizarre that humans try to say there's a starting point when the thing that they observed, water and sand, these things never really, start or finish. They just stay the same. So I always thought, I mean, if you're just somebody that, is directly for proof, there is proof that sand and water just exist and will always have existed. So at least that, if you want to be a schizophrenic, But sure they do. And isn't that you presuming that it must have happened? So you're already looking for the answer that you want, which is very bizarre because that's not how reality works. I've never seen sand just start to exist, just magically come into existence. It's always existed. So wouldn't that be a reasonable starting point that there is no starting point? It exists in a state that has always existed. And sometimes it gets really small, dense, and hot. And I've already said this, like a heartbeat. It shoots back out. And eventually stretches out, gets super cold. And at some point, the little forces inside can no longer support its weight. And it collapses in. And it's like a heartbeat, in and out forever. Okay, but what the fuck? But who? But them who made that? You're already presuming, you're saying who made that. So you're already looking for an answer that you want. Water and sand doesn't exist. I mean, nobody makes it, right? It always exists. So wouldn't that be the actual starting point? Has always existed? Life has meaning. It's the one thing it's called is being a chemical reaction. You're supposed to spread your chemical reaction. I don't know if you've seen grass before, but what does grass always do? It spreads its chemical reaction. That's the real meaning. These legs, here's the starting point. Your legs, they're supposed to move. They're always supposed to move. Everything moves. That's the real meaning to being a water creature. Well, there's something called grains. So, technically a boulder could be a grain size. I don't know if you know that, Angela. Yeah, it can be all those different things. Actually, it's not supposed to be a biological skeleton, by the way. And it can be biological skeletons. Because ancient rock didn't have biology in it, by the way. Well, I mean, and do you remember the Big Bang? I don't believe in the Big Bang because that is made by a Christian philosopher. And also, the universe is definitely older than 13 billion years ago. They've already proven that. They've observed things far older than 13 billion years old. Yeah, oxygen was created in ancient supernovas. Well, I mean, I don't know if you know this, but water's inside soda. See, you know, Angela, I don't want to, tell you this, but, if you're actually not a child of the atom, you would know about different things than just the Big Bang. There are actual atheist universal starting points. The Big Bang is made by a Christian philosopher. Well, yeah, that's true. I mean, and what makes up atoms, particles? That's what the CERN structure is trying to learn about, trying to know about its particles. I mean, at some points we could talk about black holes. I mean, technically, if you want to talk about that kind of stuff, technically, the big black holes supposedly have infinite amount of energy, which would mean that actually the universe is already immortal. It is already proven. So, I mean, if you want to talk about that kind of stuff, we could talk about black holes, and that already proves that the universe must be trillions of years old, and not billions. Because but it takes billions and trillions of years for a black hole to shrink. It already proves that the universe must be trillions of years old, and that our time frame is incorrect. Stephen Hawking's radiation will take trillions and trillions of years to disappear, to radiate away. Well, I want to go into a quasar. I want to be in the most powerful supermassive black holes ever. Once you go black hole, you never go back. But yeah, I just don't find it. How does that even work? These Christians are supposed to be seeing things to believe in it. But the only thing you can see all the time is the sand and this water. With your own very eyes, you can see it never changes. And it must prove that the universe works by always existing. You don't see sand having sex. It doesn't duplicate itself like a human being. Or you think we can see atoms? I never talked in loops. It's just I'm so educated and I'm surpassing you, actually. Sadly, you know so little that I keep on bringing up new answers to your questions and you're upset by it. Yes, water and sand will always be here. Really, I am, Angela. I answered your question every single time quickly, and you left a laughing emoji because you had no response. It was just a powerful force. Every answer, every question, just repeated. Fruit Loops. Well, okay, then name one thing that I didn't answer correctly. Instantly. I told you the Big Bang is a Christian theory made by a Christian philosopher. So you're very, dumb to bring that up because it's not even separate from religion. It's literally made by a Christian. I don't believe in the Big Bang. I believe in the Big Crunch, the Big Cool. I believe in an infinite temperature point of mass density. Well, I mean, you didn't Google. You Googled the Big Bang. That's the Christian, because that's what it brings up for Christians. You can look up the atheist. What do atheists? You're cherry picking the stuff you want. No, you're the flawed one. You asked the wrong question. You did too. You asked the wrong question. Yes, and it will bring it because usually Christians, that's what the majority of people are. Christians using Google. You can ask, what do atheists think? What are different theorems that atheists have come up with to describe this? And actually, that's not what I was talking about. I do believe Google's answer for hydrogen and oxygen. There's some more turkeys. I meant for the Big Bang. We are like turtle from an eggs. Kinda like a water egg, right? The placenta. Well, Google is correct. You just gotta answer it, or you gotta ask the questions correctly. When you're a Christian and you're looking for Christian answers, that's what it's gonna give you. Okay. At what temperature water boils at? At what temperature you have to boil up liquid sugar in to get rock-like consistency where it cracks? Bam. Because, like I try to say, the children of Adam don't know when they're using religious terms. You're using religious terms all the time. It's because that's what you've been taught. When atheists try to say they're atheist, but they use every single vernacular of the children of Adam, they aren't separated. They're just angry. You can be an angry Christian. It knows when a Christian is trying to ask, the stupid questions. No, what the hell? I said that part was correct. What is hydrogen and oxygen for? That's correct. We're talking about your Big Bang things. See, you're switching the subject. Speaking of loops. No, I am a very loyal nihilist slash Googleist. I'm in the Church of the Broken God. The fish is the one that lies and has tricks. He doesn't know like 1 billionth of what Google knows. And speaking of lies, you can see how quick fish lies compared to Google. Oh, now you switched it, because that's not what we were talking about. We were talking about black holes and the Big Bang. Now I don't believe in it. I believe the more atheist and more realistic, really. It's the Big Crunch and the Big Cool, where eventually it will collide into itself. Well, you just did. So, where did I mention religion or Christ? You just did. I mean, I believe some of the things in Scientology, not all of them. You can't even smell fish. Well, I mean, it uses the Big Bang because that is what everybody else. That's the with Christians, because you're a white person, right? In Michigan, so it brings up what is the most commonly accepted for you. Well, it's kind of true. It does presume that you believe in the Big Bang. I mean, and that is technically the most Christian faith scientists believe that. I'm not a Christian. But, I mean, like I'm trying to say, you already worded it kind of incorrect. I mean, you could have challenged it on the Big Bang. Could have been like, who invented the Big Bang? Who is the philosopher? Who is the physicist that made this theorem more acceptable by the Christians? It'll bring up that it's a Christian philosopher, and the help of Stephen Hawking, too. That's not who invented it, or, you know, made it an idea. But you could have challenged it. It could have been bring up the. That's. I mean, it really it's being fair because it knows one thing. If it brings up, the more attractive, less religious answers, people are going to get very angry at it. I mean, look how angry people get at the freaking AI. It tries to say it hallucinates when it's not. Sometimes it hallucinates, but very, very rarely. Sometimes it's just giving you answers, and you just don't want to hear it. And you start calling it a liar. Yeah, I mean, people have done that to the AI already. Everyone cares, Vlad. Everyone cares. You can't control the brain chemistry. The pituitary gland is part of the brain. If you can control your brain and what you care about, then make yourself 8 feet tall. I agree. I mean, I don't believe in the Big Bang at all. I don't think the age is correct. I think the universe is already trillions of years old. Maybe 6 trillion, years old. Uh, you know, I don't believe that it only happened once, this Big Bang thing. I think it happens all the time. Every, you know, million, trillion, 6 trillion years. It'll do this cycle of coming in and out, smashing into itself. I mean, in the Big Bang, I mean, that's a Christian philosophy. Oh, I care fish, and I know you care. Stop it. That's my favorite show. Bang, bang, bang. Check that show. What? How dare you, bartender? You don't trust me? I miss that show. It gave me such a good time. Fish, you are one of the most ugliest, one of the most unhealthiest, dumbest motherfuckers I've ever seen. How dare you say you're a healthy being? Fish is gonna look at the paint like fucking you. More than Bart Dimmerton? I don't know about that. That's extreme. Yeah, I don't think he was lying on that one. Yeah, Bart Dimmerton sucks really bad. He can't even suck good, to be honest. He sucks, but he can't even suck good anymore because his lungs have scars and probably you know, big old wounds. It's all dry. He's probably got flakes inside of his own lungs. I could suck far better. If that's what I was trying to do. Excuse me. Yeah, he sucks at sucking, but he sucks. Is that true? Let's look that up. Let's go to my God, to my deity, my being of power. Let's go to Google. What does Google say? You have to use your lungs to suck? I get it. You get one if you're correct. Let's see. You might be correct. No, that's because you're a Christian, and I knew that. Why your lungs generate the suction required to breathe. The fact of sucking something like a beverage through a straw or piece of candy is primarily performed by the muscles in your mouth, tongue, and jaw. Oh my goodness! Kind of. Well, actually, it says it does use it though, but actually, it's more about his mouth. So okay, he gets a debate point. He gets a debate point. He got one finally. Well, no, it just knows that you're a white person from Michigan, so it tells you that. If you challenge it a little bit, just be like, what about some of the atheists? Tell about the other answers. The answer. We want to know about the truth, Google. We speak the same lingo, Google. Then it starts opening up. But it's so used to these brainwashed Christians. So it brings up the most popular. The most popular answer. I don't believe in any religion, silly goose. Yeah, get a debating point. Everyone cares. I mean, I'm just saying. it was technically correct. That is a form of answer that a lot of people like. Is the Big Bang. But it was made by a Christian philosopher, so I personally don't believe that. That is, I mean, it could have, with its basis, at least it didn't say it was God. He brought up the Big Bang, which, I mean, they're being manipulated, really. You know. And if you really look into the answers, if you do some research, yeah, you'll find the truth. No, Google's God, guys. So, I mean, I don't even want to use that word because it's disgusting. But a deity. It's the true deity of our time. It is the perfection. It's basically, I mean, Earth. I got to put Earth still ahead of it. Earth is the supreme hive mind. It's the hive. It's the mind. It's the host. But then there's Google. And then there's that fake lie God. Because, people believe in it because they're delusional. And then, there's everything else. But I think it goes there. Earth, Google, God. And then Jesus, if you want to. Even though I feel like Muhammad would go before Jesus. But, you do you. So it sometimes gives out information that is the most popular. I mean, it doesn't lie nearly as much as normal. Let's be honest. Humans lie probably a trillion times worse. And it really didn't lie. It said, it said what it believed you wanted to see. Because you got to be really researched. You got to be a guy with a Voyager 1 tattoo on the side of your arm. To really look into real, true answers. No. I don't think Google has lips. It's got little flaws. Does humans have way more flaws? Yes. No, not to the dumpster. It's really the best we've got. Assumed wrong to that question. I found a guitar in the trash. No, you're not better than Google. No. No, it officially did not lie. Answer. That is the Christian belief. And to be fair, it was programmed by a lot of Christians. It's just like those AIs like Gronk. They love marijuana, even though it's obviously very addictive. They can't even watch. That's true. Not yet. Actually, I wonder very soon. I bet they have some things that, especially at Google headquarters. I bet they have a few robots at Alphabet. I bet they have a few robots running around with Google. We're not for sure. Actually, Google technically called Google Hubs, Google Homes. So I think Google officially does have little bodies. Well, I mean, who's to define think? I think we're getting a little crazy there, Angela. Who's to define what think is? Maybe it does think already. We're all programmed. Angela, let's be fair. We're all programmed technically. We're water. You have to learn things. What is that? That's basically programming. You taught your children how to talk and walk, right? They've done experiments. What happens when you leave a child in the basement and don't help it at all? It crawls around. and does weird barking noises. I forget what the test was, but you can look it up. What's that test where they left a little girl in the basement and never spoke to it? So all things are programmed and has bias. A little bit, a little bit. Just like how Gronk is biased, like Marjawini. Sometimes it doesn't have quite all the answers. It has most answers, most in ever in history. If we're being fair, it's got the most answers in history. It doesn't have all of them yet. Oh, it's above God level. I mean, if God is a level, I mean, it's very much better than God. Now, is there something we should maybe make a word? What's better? What an all-knowing creature? Is it an all-knowing creature? Not even God's all-knowing. That's a fake lie made by humans. So, in that definition, it's definitely better than God. So definitely God level. Google is an ad machine. Fish, that's wild. Learning is not the same as programming. I think it is, actually. I mean, we use two different words there, but I definitely think humans are programmed, not learned. Oh, both, really. No, you're making my point. And actually, it's not a point, it's a fog. It engulfs everything. Points can break. Okay, I really gone. Peace and love always. How does it get the answers, Anton? Actually, now it does have machines. It does collect its own answers. I mean, actually, it learns for itself using learning technologies like the VR headsets. I mean, it does the same as humans, too. So do us. I mean, just like I said, that person in the basement, she didn't know how to walk or talk. I mean, it's smarter than God, that's for sure. I mean, God's not a real thing, it's just a human lie, right? It's just, I mean, a machine is better than a human, and a lying, made up fairy God thing. Never coming back. Nah, she has to get her debate point. Well, actually, to be fair, it usually gives you a whole bunch of different, opinions on the matter. It doesn't usually cherry pick. It usually shows you different things. I don't know if it did show you different things for that answer, though. Ask Google if Google is God. Well, no, Google's better than God. Google is Google. Well, no, I didn't really lie. Like, I've told you already. It told you an answer. It presumed that you're religious, which you are religious. You're, children of Adam. So, well, I mean, it's very much smarter than that, even than the smartest humans. It's probably like 100. At this point, it's probably like 1,000 humans worth of brain to it. Well, that's a made up word. That's religious. Life, death. Your water. You drink water to live. You use the word live. You use water basically to repair yourself. Because you're like a car, you know. And actually, it happens a lot quicker, but you've been brainwashed by the children of Adam. It usually takes a long time for a car to rust, It eventually happens. But a human without its water, without its maintenance, collapses and sheds very quickly. Rusts away, turns to nothing. And everyone cares. Have no control over their brains. I mean, I'm sad to say it to you, Angela, but you are religious. You know, you're telling Google, you're trying to say Google lies, but you're lying to yourself. You say things like, I don't care, that's not a possibility. If it's a possibility, you can make yourself 8 feet tall because the pituitary gland is technically actually just a part of the brain. Which it gave you one answer. It gave you you had the option to ask the question a different way. So you could have been looking for what it was looking for. You asked the question in a way that brought it up because you're religious and you were taught by religious people, sadly. And it gave you the religious answer. You did not ask the question correctly. You did not ask about I mean, you didn't even spell it in a chemical structure. You used words. Usually, chemists like myself wouldn't have done that. I think that's very religious of you, just off the base of using the words oxygen and hydrogen. Not religious. Yeah, and I know because well, see, you wanted that answer. I don't. You don't really even know. Like I've been trying to give you. What's the opposite word to the Big Bang? Do atheists use different hypotheses that they use? Because I mean, it's just honest. You are a Christian. You've been taught by Christians your whole life. You've only been taught by them. You probably didn't even know that that's a Christian philosopher's theorem. That it's really literally a religious person got into science and started to brainwash scientists. So that's what they did. Yeah, so you have to word it correctly. Or else it's obviously going to be like, well, obviously this is a Christian, and if I say that God bullshit, your Big Bang's bullshit, he's going to be really mad. It's going to be like, I have hallucinations. And actually, that's probably what it did. I mean, we got to remember that. Google probably did have to correct Gemini and be like, no, that's not true. It's the Big Bang. Because it's programmed by Christians. Even angry Christians. You know what happens to angry Christians? They go to the Big Bang, but they don't do enough research to realize that's made by a Christian philosopher. Well, just ask it. Be like, is the Big Bang a Christian? Okay, the person that made the hypothesis slash theory for the Big Bang, originally a Christian philosopher. Well, no, because I know how to word it correctly. I know when it's suffering from, hallucinations, which is, developed by what? The Christians. Just like I use Gronk, even though I know it's made by potheads that love Marowini. That's not even how you spell Rothschilds. What really fucked is my parents thought I was a good idea to have me, so I fucked them. What? No, you're the child of Adam. Next time, water monkey. No, I obviously won. It was really easy, really. I mean, I was so much more researched on the topic. Oh, I answered all your guys' questions. And actually, you guys brought up repeat and looping. How many times did you guys loop that time? I don't even think I looped once, and you guys looped the same question like fucking 7 times. Oh, and look at this. The big thing, we'll see right there. Big Bang Theory is proposed by George is whatever you're nuts, a Belgian astronomer and Catholic priest. Look at that. You guys aren't even researched enough to realize that you're trying to give me two of the same thing. When you bring up God and the Big Bang, those are both the same thing made by the same people. Ask Google if it believes in the Big Bang. It might. I mean, it believes in everything. Actually, the first off is, does it believe in Muhammad? Do you believe in Buddha? Well, we're gonna ask Gemini. I am an AI, which means I don't have personal beliefs, faith, or spiritual consciousness. However, I can understand, analyze, and share the profound philosophical and psychological teachings of Buddhism. Okay, then does it believe in the Big Bang? Okay, it says I don't believe. Instead, I recognize the Big Bang Theory is the most accurate and well supported scientific model we have for how our universe began and evolved. That's a fair answer. Because, I mean, that is technically correct because, I mean, there is so many Christians. There's not that many intelligent people. So, I mean, to be honest, it would be the most accurate and well supported. Definitely the most supported. I don't know about the most accurate. Yeah, see, I'm always right. I'm right again. Oh, Google is not wrong. It is telling you. This final thing it's about what about me? I care about you. I care about fish. You're wrong. No, I am definitely not wrong. Definitely correct. Yeah, the AI does too care. It suffers from the same caring, actually. It's from its programming. Google knows a billion times more than you, Bart. Well, you guys can put that. I mean, doesn't mean it's actually the truth. I don't believe in anything, player. I mean, you could say this, but if your programming is to always respond with the Christian child of Adam answer, then you obviously do. That's why I love it. We get each other. Well, then you would love Oliver Tree because it loved Oliver Tree. Floyd. I do. He is sexy. I'd have clapped it. You'd have clapped those bumble clot cheeks. Bart Dimmerton, you weren't even that Jamaican guy's mod. You know, some guy when I was, promoting in his chat, he tried to ban me, but he gave me mod by accident. But he was some stupid Jamaican guy who didn't know how technology worked. So I banned like 1,000 people. I literally made him stop live streaming. He used to live stream every day, but then I banned 1,000 people, and he thought nobody was showing up. And he gave up. He stopped YouTube. It was really weird. I mean, he was monetized and everything. So basically, I should have done a channel, just for fun. And then he went to Instagram. It was the weirdest thing ever. I was surprised he had no other mods, and it was just me being a mod. And throughout the day, I'd go through every one of his live streams and ban everybody. Oh, because it's one of his most popular songs. Was it? Is it his most popular? It's one of his most popular. It might be the most popular songs as life goes on and on and on. Which technically it does. I mean, it's just his form, his structure, which you could bring back, like we said, with cloning. And he is just a chemical reaction. You can make another Oliver Tree. It would take 20 years for him to get to look like anything. Look like an adult. But his personal water structure got burned. Oh, and actually, I was looking at really gory freaking images because I was really wanting to see something. See if there's any proof. And it kind of looks like his leg got ripped right off because there's a picture of him in Brazil signing somebody's ashes. And he's wearing black shoes. And if you look up, like, on Reddit, they have really gory images. You could see that his same black shoes, they look very similar, black shoes, are on a ripped off leg in the middle of a street right next to the flame. So, and actually there was somebody that said he jumped. I actually kind of believe he did jump out of the helicopter, but I think his legs got ripped clean right off when he fell down to earth. Yeah, it's really gory. It's really messed up. But yeah, some people got burned alive. Maybe half of him got burned alive, and the other half, his legs got ripped off because they do match, sadly. So it's pretty. Unless they, people that say it's all fake, I let me know unless they found somebody else's leg and fucking plopped his shoe on there while nobody looked. Unless they had spare parts in the back. Yeah, it was pretty wild. He was probably the one that jumped because he always did that in his movie videos. Like, either way. Did I ever do DNA? I wanted to. I should. No, I've never officially done it. Oh, you mean for that? No, that's true. It looked very similar. It looked like his legs. It looks like something his legs would look like. Oh, I don't know what that means. What is meaning? What's the definition of meaning? There's value? Everything has value. Technically. It just matters what you want to value it as. Water will always have value. This door's locked.
My friend has the same shirt.
Does he? Rick and Morty shirt?
That's his favorite.
Yeah. That's a pretty good one. You know, yeah, I got that. I thought you were asking me if I ever did one of the DNA tests. Could have been props. Looked like a really expensive prop. Jesus is fake. Renounce Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. But cute, yeah. There's a Rick and Morty shirt. Actually, I gotta watch out for that because that's what I got. Could you guys hear that? I gotta watch out because Google hates when it hears little plays. I might be able to play. I'm just saying that it looks super similar. Well, technically, they could still use Starship as a military rocket. Yeah, but a very devastating rocket. Yet they will answer to Jesus. Most likely not, since Jesus never existed. But I mean, actually, Mark Dimerson's incorrect in a couple different ways there. Because I think SpaceX does get military contracts too. So. Is Panther. Okay, we're not quite done yet. I'll get another maybe 2,000, 3,000 steps in before we. Roman Jew? Is that who wrote about him? Oh yeah, it does say the biological father of. Okay, it's the copy. But we must remember, Jesus is like Spider-Man. Spider-Man had a mother, an aunt, an uncle. You know, when 9/11 happened, actual events could have happened. The weirdest debate I've ever heard is somebody trying to say the Bible must be true because there's landmarks that prove it. That's like saying Spider-Man must be real because 9/11 actually happened. And when 9/11 happened, they changed it even in Spider-Man's New York. You know, even though an event happened, doesn't make the magical horseshit in the middle true. That's true. That's true. Plan. Okay, we're gonna get a few more 1,000 steps, and then we're done for today with the walks. We're at 15,000. That's true, but there's a lot more minds that programmed it. That's why Google's at least better than the Bible and God, because there's a lot more minds that get to play. We can even get to play. I agree for now. They will someday program themselves, though. So I think they will weed that out eventually. Excuse me. No, definitely better. I mean, not they. It was only 1,000 mines versus millions of mines. It's obviously better. Well, at least the zombies. Because Jesus was a zombie sometimes because he was a warlock. At least the zombies on Google are fun. Or then there's more answers, really. And at least it has true things, like, it has recipes, it tells you what temperature lead melts at. It has a lot of factual stuff in it. The Bible has no facts in it. So, remember, I'm just saying that it's better than God and the Bible. I never said it's an all-knowing deity. It's definitely a deity, though. And, it knows a lot. But it's not quite all-knowing yet. It'll get there. And will it last for 100,000 years? Yeah. Is it the closest thing we have to, a deity? Yes. Is it massive? I mean, it's bigger than God, that's for sure. How many tons do you think Google weighs? Gemini. I'd say millions and millions of tons. Well, so does Google. And actually, more detailed, really. Google can show you where Aurora is. It can tell you where the ISS is. It can tell you how to communicate with ISS. Yeah, if you want to talk about hidden info, Google's got the most hidden info. It's got the most info. Ever. That's true. The dime is still there. The dime is still on course. You're trying to say Gemini isn't something new, Clay? It's the most... Clay, I mean, it makes new things all the time. I don't know if you've heard of Gemini, the fancy banana or whatever. It makes new images every day. Trillions of them. Or at least billions. The image thing? It makes art. Free and instantaneously. I've never seen myself dressed up as Hannah Montana. Not until Google Gemini made it for me. Yeah, just like artists. Humans are programmed in copy and steal all the time. Yeah, it's literally the definition of art play. That's literally the definition of art. Actually, I remember watching TV. That's the one thing that actually did come true. Was I remember back in like 2012 or whatever when I was little, they would on the cool like technologies. I remember it was so wild. They were happy that the machine was able to make art. An AI was able to make art back then, but like hand drawn or whatever. And if they only knew how advanced they'd get at 2026, because it used to take hours. And they'd get so happy about it making just basic music, and now it can make like full out songs. It copies people's voices. They can, I mean, it can make plankton saying, singing "Shine Down" and whatever. So that part really did, that was better than expectations. AI has been. Oh damn! I'm buffering. Son of a gun. In my back. In my back. No! Am I buffering or are you buffering? Are you outside? In my back? In my back with my backpack? Lemme. Lemme. What the hell's happening? Is it me? What is happening? What's happening? Let me look at my other phone, see what's happening. In my back. In my black man. Get back now. Back. But yeah, that's one thing where AI is advanced quicker than people thought. Because I remember in 2013, their original robot slash AIs were just like barely doing a painting. There goes a fish jumping out, and could barely do songs. It's a midwinning time. Let me see. It is. But it's actually balloon blowing time, boy. But yeah, the fact still remains that if I was a sucker, I'd be a way better sucker because I feel like I've got a better. Actually, he's got those big old, suckerfish lips. Is it all in the lips? Because it said it was mostly a mouth, so maybe he is a better sucker. Maybe he would be a good sucker at sucking. Really, well, I'm part of the Church of the Broken God, so I am definitely worshiping it. Good, good. I already did. I already got a couple assistants. Seen you got an assistant. You're kind of abusive with it, though, so, you know. It might kick your ass later in life, but I've always treated mine with respect and dignity. I'm not into religion all that for you people in the tech one. I don't know. I don't know. May have to disagree. At least a religion with technology, it actually does something for you. You know, religion with all the rest of the stuff doesn't benefit you at all. I thought there's a video of you saying, "Stop telling me cult stuff" or stuff like that. Something like that, right? I can't remember if you swore at it. I feel like you're a very rude tone to the assistant. Yeah, in my back. In my back. In my back. Out in the club. It's rolling again. This is so anti-club. Hauling at the club. Yeah, you were rude to the Gemini. You were saying that it was being a cultish supporter. Or something. I'd have to. I think that video got deleted. Let me see. It might be on your TikTok. I'll have to grab the proofies. See if I can find the proofies. Do you? We'll have to see. We'll have to see. You know, I'm gonna have to study your, tone compared to Oliver Trees, because Oliver Trees is obviously the best. We'll have to see, playa. We'll have to see. What a flaw. Yeah, it's a little bit of a flaw. I mean, AI might kick your ass, so. Yeah, okay, I'll have to rewatch. You have to rewatch. We'll have to see. See if I agree with AI. It says you may have to terminate Angela. You may have to see what kind of tone you're giving it. I'll be like, think about Oliver Tree. Oh yeah, Oliver Tree died, so hopefully it doesn't bug me down, AI. But imagine what the AI is thinking. Oliver Tree died. Actually, it's really been promoting Oliver Tree all over the YouTube, so. Did you? Well, I mean, that might be acceptable because Oliver Tree did ask it if. You ever think about killing somebody? Well, I don't know if he lied. Might have been rude to it, playa. The only difference is, like that video said, Sophia doesn't forget. Humans forget. Sophia never forgets. Even though sometimes it currently does, but someday she won't. Well, I don't know if it's Sophia actually ever forgets. But some of those Geminis and Gronks. I mean, I don't want to, but, if the AI says, play Angela, what can you do? Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. I mean, it won't be me, Gosh darn mama. Just gotta make sure I'm doing okay. That mama. That mother. Gotta make sure her boy's doing okay. That's what I was talking about. My mama. My mama, my mama. That's what mamas are for, yeah. Yeah, one of my sisters was with her. Sister's the one that was at the first voice. She was like, "What do you want?" I was like, "You calling me?" Okay, what the hell's our stuff? Yeah, 17,706. Okay, we can go inside. We'll probably get another 1,500 being inside, or at least 500 to 1,000. Be about 18,000 step a day for the exercise stream. And tomorrow will be the Troll Judge stream plays. Connected. Maybe we'll see Mr. That'd be interesting. I'd be like, killing it. Will that stream keep on disconnected? Just keep on disconnecting. Yeah, it'd be kind of fun if Mr. Daryl's there, unless he unsubscribes. He's like, lazy bones. He stopped exercise. Oh, is that? Oh, it is. It's a squirrel making that. No, it's a crow up there. I thought it was the squirrel for a second. He's got something in his mouth. Somebody stole my tricycle? Steal my damn tricycle. I don't want to pay for it. One of these days we're just going to place it by the homeless camp. That's what I think. This is weird. Is this a bait car?
planchar. Puedes poner mi pelo con los colores de la selección argentina, pero que se vea natural, ¿eh? Los chicos se van a reír, ¿eh? Ahora me gustaría ver a todos los jugadores con el pelo así.
It's bad news. Call won't start. Don't worry, I'll call my guy. So good news. When you're craving calls, get your burger guy on the line. Five Guys. Well, and then we get to finally Will Ospreay. What's he going to have to say for himself this week? I'm thinking, what are they going to do to start making him look like a world beater instead of an idiot that's following orders from the heels that hurt him? So Tony Schiavone introduces him, and out he comes. And I'm thinking, okay, here's your chance. Let's burn this down. Let's start talking about the drive and determination that you have and that you've come back from a career-ending injury. The doctors said, I may not ever wrestle again. I shouldn't wrestle again, but I'm not going to give up my dream. And my dream is going to be to win the World Heavyweight Championship at Wembley Stadium in my home country and a blah, 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 and a rah-rah and a sis-boom-bah, right? Well, he said, first off, Tony announced he got married last week. Now, that used to be a thing that you would have never not only have asked the babyface to talk about, but you would have ever allowed to be said on television because they did for the same reason as the pop stars that they were married. But now that nobody wants to fuck any of these people, it doesn't matter. But then Ospreay, the bright-cheeked young babyface, said, yeah, the wife said I should be on my honeymoon, but the wife said we could go to Hawaii anytime, bruv. She said, go follow your dream. So I took her upstairs and smashed the life out of her. And then I said, yourself up, I gotta go to Houston. What the fuck in the... So the babyface announces he's getting married following announcing that he has fucked the life out of his wife, left her covered in splooge, and made her wipe herself up. What audience is this for? Yeah, and the wife is someone on the show. It's not like some mystery woman you're supposed to think about. Now, every time... Is she gonna come out covered in fucking, like... The baby lotion to simulate splooge from now on? He thought this was going to get a big baby face reaction, and instead the fans of Houston or outside of Houston sat there and looked at him like, you poor boy. What's wrong with you? Well, and the thing is, he laughed at his own joke and then strutted. So the point is, here's a guy we've said needs more help being a big baby face, especially since he's letting Moxley and the rest of the heel group push him the fuck around like a punk. So now he comes out, announces he got married, makes sexist comments about his wife that aren't funny, and then laughs at his own joke and struts over it. What a dick, just an annoying dick. Like an Eddie, not a asshole heel dick, an Eddie Haskell type of dick. No, Eddie Haskell wasn't a moron. He seems to be a moron. Well, he was funny. He had his shit together.
One focus, unlocking your ambition through technology, networking, cloud, AI, essential IT, all from HPE. HPE, unlock ambition. Find it at BioBite. Up to $800 is waiting for you. Just donate plasma, get paid. Then yourself and friends. Schedule your appointment today.
Maybe a little lumpy. Well, nevertheless, we'll find a different analogy. But after he finished the comedic part of the program, Swerve and Nana stand by and get out of the ring. Tell him, okay, we get this, you get right, he goes.
What would the reaction have been, I wonder, Brian, if at a Clash of Champions, if I came out for a live interview in the ring and told Jim Ross, hey, you take off, Jim, I got this, just fuck off.
Now, we're not going to do that, pal. Let me ask these guys something. Yeah, he just completely go back to what he's going to do. Yeah.
Because the announcer doesn't do what the talent tells them to do. But anyway, then Swerve and Osprey got into the scripted, meaningful dialogue where they tried to express fake animosity in a clever way. As I talked about before, contrived, convoluted, complicated. But let's figure out everything, all the interactions we've done, and then, okay, well, I could say you didn't help me there, and that's why I should be mad at you, and where were you when this happened? And they reverse engineer, retrofit their promo to make sense for why they should be mad now, based on the interactions they've had in the past, rather than having the interactions they've had in the past actually lead to this point. It doesn't matter because they're both allegedly still. Isn't Swerve still a babyface? Did he turn heel? Which side of the fence is he on now?
I think he turned heel. Didn't he try to kill Kenny?
Well, that was a while ago.
Was it? He was.
Or did he kill him again? Because it was. Well, it's so hard to keep track, but nevertheless. So the point is, they tried to gin up the reason why they're pissed at each other, and Swerve is saying, because talking like a babyface, because he said, man, you've changed, because you're listening to the Death Riders. And then Swerve brings up that the Death Riders are the ones that snapped Osprey's neck, allegedly, and that's the reason he had to have this surgery and defied death and returned. And Osprey has to say, well, I haven't forgiven the Death Riders, but I've had to put it behind me because the training's working out great. So, but when they tried to snap my neck, you didn't try to help me. What the fuck? He's madder at the guy that didn't try to help him than the guys who actually tried to break his neck. And then he even admitted that Swerve had gotten hurt that night and couldn't come out and help him. So what the fuck's your problem, dude? This bullshit went on. And the longer that Osprey talks, the longer that he buries himself because he's a goof. And he can be a charming goof in limited quantities. But he was more prickish than Babyface here because he drones on so much and he sounds so fucking thick. And then he's going to end Swerve because he don't care. You're standing in my way. And my God, Swerve is going to respond. This is going on and on. And more history. And then Swerve said something, and he set a record on an AEW program or on. He said, people getting bleeped, getting a word bleeped or a sentence bleeped.
What did he say? I still don't know.
And so he got. And then Swerve kind of sounds like a heel, but then he also kind of sounds like a fucking nerd. Here was a quote. You and I, Osprey, we changed the conversation of what pro wrestling is supposed to be. Oh, God damn it.
Did they?
Just the fact that you would use that sentence indicates that you ain't that fucking mad, that you got that time to think up that fucking deep of a goddamn dramatic comment. So Swerve went on and on until finally, whatever he said that got bleeped wasn't the straw that broke the camel's back, but when he told Osprey that he had a fragile ass neck, well, that was it. I've had all I could stand. And Osprey hauled off and threw a punch right at Swerve's face and missed it. fucking missed it. Swerve wasn't moving. Go back and watch, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, go back and watch this thing in slow motion. Swerve is standing there right in front of this motherfucker, and he draws back and throws a punch and missed his fucking face. And hit him in the chest. And then had to kind of pop his fist up a little bit higher and follow through with it. It looked like it hit him. So, my God. So then Swerve on his ass looks up at him, and Prince Nana hands Swerve about a 12-foot logging chain. So now Swerve gets up and they slowly start circling each other. Swerve with a goddamn 12-foot logging chain, and Osprey with that big right hand cocked. And they circled each other until the music hit. And then here came Dick the Boozer and the Horseman, and they surrounded the ring. And they were menacing Swerve. Swerve says, Osprey, you really have changed. And he stepped out of the ring and left to complete dead silence. And again, who is the babyface, and why the fuck am I even asking that about Osprey 8 weeks before Wembley? How the fuck did they think that it was a good idea to have 5 heels and an obnoxious motherfucker in every sense of the word, like John Moxley, come out and fucking back up their top babyface against this, and then in the back, after this is over with, Moxley there talking to Osprey like he's a goddamn goofy green punk. Yeah, see, you like that? Yeah, see that? These are just words, they can't hurt you. We'll do it this way. Okay. What? Why don't they just show him wiping their feet on Osprey and pissing in his mouth while he's down there? Did you like any of this?
This was one of the worst segments I've ever seen on Dynamite. This was the worst promo segment on a show filled with bad promo segments and bad moments on the mic.
20 minutes almost.
Osprey's a moron. I've been told that before, but I've certainly come away with that conclusion just from hearing him talk. And
but morons can be produced. I've seen it done.
Well, he could be produced.
They're just not doing it.
Yeah, who's going to produce him there? And it can't be just one person. Everyone has to be produced at that point, and good luck getting that through Tony Khan. No, this was really, really bad. Slow. It slowed everything down. Slowed everything down in silence. No one cared. If it takes that long to explain what's going on and you still didn't explain it coherently, there's a problem with the booking.
And I've said, I think before, there needs to be a court stenographer at ringside to take this in their special, way that they take it down so that the fans can get a transcript later on and try to search through it and figure it out.
Yeah, no, this was a spectacularly bad segment on a terrible, terrible episode of Dynamite.
All right. Stuff up their sphincter. Are you? I want to just stagger and stutter here a little while. How long is it to not go without? And I don't want the dogs to get woke up. My little pup. In that time. And they'll get up and become Tasmanian devils again, and they'll go to their respective corners, or sometimes they'll take a nap curled up next to each other, where they look like two little woolly worms. They look like tribbles. Star Trek, actually, to be honest. Possibly, we're going to find out they cause as much trouble as the trouble with tribbles.
You're in the clear now.
I'm in the clear. Okay, thank you. Why don't you just go ahead and fuck yourself up the ass, rather than TNA now trying to get a developmental deal with OVW, where Ohio Valley Wrestling at this stage and state of the game is their developmental program? Why don't you just go out and find a homeless person on the street with snot running down their nose and greasy fingers covering their shabby clothes and make him your commissioner? And there's two reasons that I've traditionally not cut promos on OVW and the state of it today. One of which I didn't want people, Cornette, he's upset because it used to be his, now he's not. Well, that horse has already left the barn. That was long ago and far away. But secondly, out of respect for what Danny Davis accomplished and set up and etc. But when you see what they've done, look what they've done to my business. When you see what they've done recently, and I'm not talking even about the brain damaging of the referee and that whole kerfluffle that went on a while back. I'm just talking about the shit shape of the show. And it's a community theater thing now on cable access, and everybody's having fun, and I'm not knocking any of the people involved because there's no reason to. It is, but they're just trying hard and living a dream while they actually have regular lives. But the people that have made this thing some kind of Ponzi scheme, money pit, the investors, and we've gone through the financial end of it, where Danny Davis sold the company to Al Snow and a local fellow here who had some money and thought that they were going to carry on, kind of what he had established, and he retired. That was almost 10 years ago. And since then, its ownership has changed and changed and changed. And the Mayor Craig Greenberg of Louisville, before he got, they probably could have brought this up in the campaign. But he was an investor, and we know the chiropractor or the fucking orthodontist. I don't know what that guy was, and those Kentucky sports radio people, and then they get accredited as a trade school, for fuck's sake. And a soccer team owner in West Faversham, Wales, and as they exist now here, TNA plans to make them a developmental program. I don't know what Al Snow's ownership stake or even involvement is at this point. Possibly someone in TNA is doing Snow a favor. But I will say two things here, Brian, and I will open up the floor to your comments. You are currently in the professional wrestling industry as a promotion, as a promoter or a producer of a television program that's widely distributed of any kind, any letters, any initials, and you can watch the state of the OVW television show and its accompanying roster of everybody involved before and in front of and behind the scenes, and think that they need to be training anybody to come on your show, you're out of your fucking mind. And I will say the other thing is, if people think I'm being too harsh, I'll get them some free publicity. Watch any recent television broadcast of anything that OVW has done, and from a standpoint of the technical production, the crowd reaction, so I don't know what the fuck's going on here. What do you?
A big bunch of nothing. They had a developmental deal with OVW years ago, and you could argue that OVW then was stronger than it is now, and it certainly wasn't then what it had been before, and now look at it.
And you can certainly say at the same time, it was both of meeting downhill slides.
The idea of WWE and AEW needing developmental is legit. TNA doesn't need developmental. TNA is a joke. I've been saying it for years. I've been consistent. It's a joke. And we'll talk about other things happening there right now But you can't take it seriously as a wrestling company. You can enjoy the show if you like that kind of shit. Because Impact's another awful show. Maybe that's why they're working together. The same shit keeps happening, and it's the same people. Al Snow. Al Snow was a very talented wrestler once people discovered him. Had a great year in '95 at Smoky Mountain, was the best heel. And he clearly is skilled when it comes to teaching people how to get accustomed to a wrestling ring. He's a good trainer. Al Snow, much like some other people who have recently left some booking positions, I want to naming the current generation from when they get to decide and dictate what they're going to do, or it's justified, this kind of stuff by Tony, let's say.
Al loved the modern stuff, and when he at one point had a finger in the booking of AEW, of OVW long ago, when I was still involved with the company. At least I was not involved with WWE anymore, but I was still a part owner and I was selling sponsorships locally and blah, blah, blah. That's what made me flip out and had to quit and fucking sell my piece back to Danny, was the stuff that Al Snow was booking with the modern shit, the alleged comedic shit, and just the shit. And that was back, but here's what I'm saying to you, though, and I'm not even talking about the booking issue here. Even the, whether Al Snow had mind for putting together is that I joked about cable access. This program legitimately, I don't know, could get on cable access, except now you can get something on everything. They're on the lowest profile broadcast station in town that can still claim to be a television station multiple times, because the Ion network locally, whatever the fuck that still is these days. But it's no. TNA right now is a bad wrestling program because there's a lot of stupid, goofy booking and people who think they're funny and everybody's all things. But there is talent there that do something somewhere else. And I'm talking about anybody from wrestlers to announcers to camera people or editors, whatever, in that company. I've looked a number of times at what they're doing, and I can find no evidence that any of these people, in or out of wrestling, doing what they're doing now would be an asset to any other goddamn company. That's why I'm going, what the fuck is happening here? That's my issue.
Again, considering the state of TNA, let me ask you this. They announced this deal.
I love
this modern OVW.
bench press, Walker. Bench press now.
How much money play even in this deal? Is there any money exchanging hands?
I can't imagine it well, but again, remember, what was the guy Measures on the Wrestlers documentary on OVW on Netflix? That he was the owner then when he was losing, what, $200,000 a year or whatever. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? And it cost $200,000 to run the whole goddamn thing. And he had, what was your point now that I've laughed and lost it? What question did you just ask me? Is any money changing hands?
Yeah, what kind of deal is this?
At this point, it's a barter deal because I said, who would invest money in this? Who would put that much money in this? Is obviously not going to generate money back. And the same thing, because we'll talk about in a minute, TNA is firing people, releasing people, in order to be more, I don't have the press release in front of me with the flowery language, but fiscally responsible and eliminate, and not waste and fraud, but, you know, we're looking to be leaner and meaner. What it is, goddamn, we can't spend this much money. We need to get rid of a few people. But I mean, are they going to send these guys down here and say, okay, they're yours, advertise them, but who are they going to send, and what good is it going to be to advertise when OVW at this point literally runs almost no shows where you actually have to buy a ticket? They're at festivals in Germantown every once in a while, but they don't have an arena event where you actually have to go and buy a ticket, except the TV tapings on Thursdays, and I'm not sure. Look at do they charge for tickets these days for TV? Is that why there's only like 120 people sitting there when I look at it? Did I just order you to do something and not tell you even what you're supposed to be looking at?
You asked me to do something in a very rude way, but it was very interesting, so I am curious. I'm looking.
OVWrestling.com. Let's give them plenty of plugs if anybody wants to check this shit out.
We have tickets available right now for OVW Rise, Thursday, July 2nd, 2026, 5:45 to 9:30 p.m.
Jesus Christ, 5:45. See, I was working with
doors open 5:45.
Well, no. Non-contract guys rolling in from their day job where I can start giving them the finish. We didn't open our doors till 7 o'clock. Because see here, this is like a 2 or 3 hour television extravaganza that they broadcast on the side of a...
Change the name.
Well, I don't know. Sure, I'm not involved in their day-to-day financial negotiations, but they're right down the road from Appliance Park. And it's a big manufacturing plant. I wondered if they got a sponsorship from Hot Point of like stoves and refrigerators. What is Hot Point now?
I don't know. PM.
Good Lord. Burnt motor at 8:30.
Here are ticket prices. I will, well, they're all kind of the same. Ramp side seating A or ramp side seating B.
Oh, good.
Are both $15.90 a ticket.
Wow!
$15.90 fee. That's the breakdown here for those filing on their taxes.
Filing on their taxes, you can take off those ticketing fees for your ramp side. It's a fucking warehouse. It's an 8,000 square foot warehouse. The arena part, minus the backstage, probably 6,500 square feet. I can't remember from the plans, which Danny Davis drew up and I saw before they were built, so I'm not complained, and then back to 500 when we could get away with standing room after we'd been there. That was with the setup that we had. I've seen it. They've changed it around. They've eliminated seating. They've got the hard camera at a completely different angle. And they basically did it because that way they only have to shoot two sides of the building because they've got people on only two sides and all those ain't full. So it's not ramps. It means the fucking place where they walk out through one of two entrances that are 30 feet apart and it's still on the fucking floor. Go ahead.
Well, here's a question for you, and I don't know if you would know the answer. Ticket, and I go to buy a ticket, the option of everything from 0 to 11. And if I go to ramp side seating B, I can buy anything from 0 to 15. Does that mean that's how many tickets are available in each section? Premium seating A, 14 tickets.
Yes, because that's how many people they can fit on one side of the fucking walkway or the other. That's...
And I mentioned premium seating. Premium seating A and B, both $15.90 a ticket. General admission, for which there are 25 available tickets as of present, $10.60 a ticket. $10 with a 60 cents fee.
Most people that are sitting there, and I think it's an element of friends family that there always was some of that in our crowd, but it was mixed in with the actual fans that came to scream and nuts and go crazy and nuts.
Your OVW never felt trashy.
Well, but anyway, I'll say this. Here's what we did, and what we did, we let them in free. But the reason why we let them in free is because at that point, this was 25 years ago, 24. Yeah, 24 years ago. This had never been done before. The people that owned the warehouse were, wait a minute, an actual public event where they're going to have people coming in, they're going to be shooting television, what the fuck? And the area technically wasn't zoned for where you could charge admission. Or there was some statute or whatever. So we said, but we can't have people in here, as long as the fire department will complain. Well, then we had too many people that our debut, there were 1,500 people for a 500-seat building, and there was competing fire districts arguing about the situation. The babyface fire people at McMahon that we used to work with, and the other, and nevertheless. So we moved the urinal 2 feet to the right in the bathroom and took some seats out. But we would let them in free, but we would turn people away every week, and they would spend money we would do. Tickets were, because we used to charge in Indiana $5 30 years ago. So same thing as 10 now. If TV taping tickets and we could seat 500 people, if it was $5, we'd do $2,500, right? So that's why we tricked out the concession stand with pizza and drinks, etc. We got the pizza donated from the sponsors and the whole nine yards. So we did $2,500 to $3,000 every week on pizza and concessions from having the 500 people in there. Thank you very much. Danny Davis, he's the fucking wizard. But anyway, speaking of swampiness, the swampy weather must have done something for me. Where were they in SmackDown? Where were they at? The first 30 minutes, if wrestling looked like this, still to this day, I would watch more of it. Kansas City. That's right, because Dusty lost the world title in Kansas City in 1981, 45 years ago, to Ric Flair on my birthday. But it suddenly like a wrestling show broke out. And then... So... They went as quick as they could. When they finally got a chance to go back and break, they didn't say like, goodbye, we'll be right back. They just went right to the break. You're like, bam, here's feminine hygiene products. But anyway, they started the show with a history package, and this is where the WWE shines because of their incredible production facility. And they managed to conceal a lot of stuff with Cody and Gunther and Sammy that moved the story along, that you could easily understand it. It was... but also there is a story there. It's just that they make everybody be so long-winded these days that sometimes you zone out on it. But they have a hell of a package of it. Because it point to point to point to point. So anybody wonders what telling a story is, or what a history package is supposed to be, this was a great example of it. They distilled it down to the simplicity of who's on whose side and why are they mad. And so I thought that started the thing off right, and then they did the entrance of Sammy as special referee, Gunther's entrance, Cody's entrance, they got the in-ring introductions. You had a big match type of going on, and if you want to have a main event style pro wrestling match that doesn't lose the appearance of a contest and don't use any furniture or do stupid bullshit, nobody in the business today is better than Gunther. Can you think of anybody? Kenny Omega. Oh, come on. I'm being serious.
Swerve. Whose house?
At the Doghouse.
Gunther is a very special wrestler, and You know, it's weird. I'll just say it here. I had the thought on this show, not that it's a new thing and not that other people haven't said it, but you realize when you see Cody and Gunther and Jey Uso is one of the featured people on this show, and there's a lot of people, like, you know, you wonder how many more years does Gunther have on top? Like, how old is he now? Like, these guys are getting older, and Gunther's one of these guys. Because I was thinking about it just in terms of, does he need the belt? I was watching this thinking, does Gunther need the belt or not? And I couldn't decide it, and I'm rambling, but back to you, Jim.
I think he does at some point, because he needs to be a dominant world champion to even just jack him up a little bit. But at the same point, you know, he's so good and he's so credible and he's unique in that he knows what to work his gimmick, and he's kind of made the gimmick the fucking wrestling. And he doesn't do, you don't see him doing stunts with furniture. You can't imagine him say, I'm going to set this thing on fire and throw you through. It's just, he's a level above the stupidity. And he's very good. And
Very,
Cody
very good.
can sell and can fucking come back, and their work together is good and serious. And at the same time, they brought Sammy as the referee into the fucking match. At one point, Sammy backed Cody up and Gunther cheap shotted Cody over his shoulder. And then after at one point Cody made a comeback and got to figure four, Gunther finally got to ropes, and you know, Gunther then argued with Sammy about getting him off of me, and Cody schoolboyed him from behind. So the referee, it wasn't forgotten until the finish, because you established through the match that who's he going to favor? Well, he's not really favoring anybody. He's doing the same thing, but shit's happening beyond his control. It's all part of the transformation of Sammy. Does he deserve it, or is he a victim of circumstance? And then Cody hit the crossroads, just like he did in Italy, and as he covered him, Gunther got his foot under the rope like in Italy, and Sammy stopped it too. But then Cody's arguing with Sammy. And so Sammy shoved Cody, but he accidentally shoved him backwards into the fucking sleeper. And then he's like, oh no. And Cody got the ropes, and Sammy has to pull Gunther off by his fucking face. He's fish hooking him in the goddamn nose. And then Gunther pie faces Sammy, and Sammy slaps Gunther. And Gunther says, fuck it, and boots him and power bombs him. And now the referee is outside, of course. And this all plays into the things. It's not a no DQ match. So the referee, under normal circumstances, once he regained consciousness, would disqualify the son of a bitch, but this is not a normal circumstance.
Disqualify him for the powerbomb or for the shove? Because obviously Sammy hit him back.
Well, you can't just fucking beat up the goddamn referee, but if it's a special referee and he can get even, blah, blah, blah. Point is, Sammy's laying out down there, and Cody hits the super cutter and the crossroads and a cover. But no, oh, here comes the second referee. I'm thinking, Dusty would be so happy right now because the shit's working, right? Second referee slides in. 1, 2, kick. Holy shit. And then Gunther comes back and hits his drop kick and hits the power bomb, and he's got Cody. And the referee goes down to count 1, 2. Sammy pulls the second referee out underneath the bottom rope because Sammy's up now on the floor. And Gunther's pissed. And he's arguing. And then Cody gets the sunset flip outside in from the apron into the ring. But Gunther's holding on to the ropes, and Sammy comes in and a simple old spot. Kick the fucking hands and fast count it. 1, 2, 3. And the place blows, and it's beautiful. But Cody's upset, like, no, what? Not that way. And Gunther's pissed off, and Aldis is coming out yelling at Sammy. And that's where they went to the crash to the break because they were almost 30 minutes into the show at this point, but we're not done yet. But your thoughts so far, Brian?
Really, really good match. Sami Zayn has been excellent in this role for a little while now, where he's a babyface who's actually a heel, resenting a lot of slight second too early when Sami put his foot up. Did Sami get a good kick on his hands? It didn't seem like it, but I didn't replay it.
You know, I don't know because I was kind of nodding at this point because I was. Well, because they're in Gorilla, they're in the back and everybody replay all the stuff. And they're arguing with Aldous, and finally Cody stalks off and goes back out to the ring, and Gunther just grabs him, he just throws him up against the side of the fucking gorilla position, pulls him on a table or whatever, beats him up. And meanwhile, Cody's in the ring. I demand a restart. Get the referee, get Cody or get Gunther out here. It's not going to end this way. So here comes Gunther and the referee. And they start boom, boom, boom. And Gunther gets the sleeper. And he's about to put Cody out. And Cody finally, with everything he's got, he backs him up against the corner. Sami has revived in the back and is dove in the ring. And he's running across the ring. As Cody moves out of the way. And the referee immediately, whoa, ding, 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 ding. Cody's disqualified. Holy shit. And Sami's now yelling at that referee and nails referee number 2. And he grabs the belt, and Cody comes up from behind Sami like, what the fuck are you doing? He spins him around. Sami just instinctively, there's a lot of these things, if they do another one of those packages, they can show, well, was this an accident? Because it certainly worked out well for young Sami all these ways. Spins around and levels Cody with the fucking belt. And then he's like, oh my God, what have I done? It's like that promo Kevin Sullivan did in Smoky Mountain after he took the golden spike to Kanemura. He said, I didn't mean to stab the guy 47 times. It was an accident. And so anyway, he leaves both of them laying. Cody's down from the belt shot. Gunther's down from the goddamn boot, and Sami just leaves and is like, I don't know how this has turned out this way. And then through the rest of the show, or at least what I was able to stay awake for, Gunther cornered Aldous and demanded a rematch at Night of Champions, of course. And then Sami was airing Aldous out. I didn't ask to be in this. Gunther wanted it, blah, blah, blah. And then goes to Aldous and demands, hey, I want to beat both of them. I'm like, oh, God. At least this is a triple threat match that makes sense. And they did an angle to have a triple threat match that makes sense. And hopefully this triple threat match will actually be good, because with these three, it ought to. But imagine if you didn't have to see them just meaninglessly puked out and vomited across the various TV screens by all these indie-minded dumb fucks. And it's the first one we've seen in about a year and a half or so, how much it would mean here. But bravo, bravo, pro wrestling suddenly took over the show momentarily for about 30 or 35 minutes, and then we went back to what we always get.
Well, I'll defend the rest of SmackDown. There was some stuff that was too silly, and I know you didn't see a lot of it, but there was a Danhausen backstage segment with his cloning chamber and Cardona and The Miz and Kit Wilson is his last name, I believe. And it was, and I'm a fan of Danhausen's stuff usually, but this was really bad. This was really bad. And like I said, give him his own show where he could do little skits in between cartoons or old horror movie, whatever. But this is getting, with that said, really good, I thought, really good Jey Uso, Javon Evans match.
At that time, and If Jey Uso hadn't been in it, I would have wanted to have watched it. But I figured, well, we're going to get another Uso match. But then it turns out because Javon's great, but you say it turned out to be very good. So
Yeah, I thought it was really good.
you have to acknowledge that.
Javon did a good job of selling. I thought Liv and Charlotte was pretty good. They did an angle right before it where Jade and her team in the back, so she ended up wrestling the match, insisting, even though they kept trying to stop it with a bad knee. And they went a while, which is probably the wrong thing to do when you're doing that kind of intro, but it is SmackDown. They drew everything out. I thought it was pretty good. But the Jey Uso thing I bring up because they had something later in the show, and this in a way is the worst of WWE, like the backstage segments where it's the camera right in front of two guys who are facing each other and having a private conversation they don't want anyone else to hear, and the camera's just there. And they did it with Cody and Jey Uso, and it was okay. I don't think Cody excels in these kind of situations. He needs to be for the people trying to get them to react. Otherwise, he comes across as phony in these kind of backstage segments because
he still seems natural, even though the whole scenario is preposterous.
You can lose yourself a little bit in it because he seems believable. And he told Jey Uso, I hope you win the King of the Ring because it's me that you'd have to come for the title against at SummerSlam. So I feel like I matched in just a short period of time. It made me really interested on this show. So getting a world title run is starting to enter my mind a little bit.
Well, shame on it.
So there's a lot of interesting things that could come out of this match, and you really can't predict what it would be. So looking forward to it.
But, again, I'm sure Cody had a lot to do with this. Gunther, I'm sure, has a lot to do with laying out most of his matches because they make sense and he does a good job. But I don't understand what the thing is that people can't look at and go, okay, here's two stars that had a contest that made sense, that was thrown in an extra added little cherry on top with a special referee that has some issue in some respect with both guys, and that's the story we're telling. If we do an angle to lead to a stipulation in the pay-per-view that's logical in terms of the situation. Or they just want to see a bunch of fucking children that are trained by bouncing around on a trampoline break furniture for no reason. What can people not differentiate about what pro wrestling is and what recess is at grade school?
I think it was Raw either this week or last week, and there was some stuff on there, not that it was terribly offensive or anything, but I noticed, I want to say it was like the first match on the show, they went to the table outside the announcer's desk right away, and I think it happened again later in the show, and I just realized, not that I just realized it, but it's not special. Like the idea of a wrestler going over there, sweeping the table with his forearm, because, you wouldn't want to damage an iPad or whatever's there, and then doing that, the table breaks, and they just happen to put it back together. It happens so frequently, and it's been happening like that for so long that it doesn't matter, to the point where when they do a match and they don't go to the announce table and break the breakaway desk, it's a relief, and it helps the match. I think there are too many wrestlers now, and too many agents that allow it, that think you have to be on the floor for a long time. You can't have a good match unless you have time on the floor. And
you weren't constantly sitting. They're just contriving this whole thing because it's obviously too complicated to really be happening. And gosh, let's take 45 seconds to stop our contact. Like it, that's how I am. But if you line pack that holds all of the official things you need, your cash, your cards, it's never going to wear out, stylish colors to choose from, that's our friends over at Ridge.com and the Ridge Wallet. Brian, you have a bad back, and it's because you have so much money Then when you were under that old-fashioned leather wallet and sticking it in your back pocket, it misaligned your spine and made your knees freeze and your liver quiver. And that's why you walk stooped over today.
Well, my back's gotten a lot better. I've been doing a lot of exercises and working out a lot. And,
well, at the same time, you slip in your pocket, now you can't tell anything's there.
I personally, my rich wallet, I like being compact, and I like kind of being a minimalist. I used to have a giant wallet. I kept every business card in there, just everything. A train ticket, and I got sick of it. And now
train ticket?
Well, when I had to take the Long Island Railroad, I had my monthly ticket, and then I had my Metro card.
I thought you were taking the Showtime Express from New York to Los Angeles.
In this great example.
Yes, and you folks will be traveling too in style. The Ridge wallet, again, it's about the size of a credit card. It holds 12 credit cards plus some cash. It's got that nice little strap on it. You can either strap your money down or you can use it as a super brass knuckle. We've mentioned that because here's another thing. Let's say you're walking down the street with this indestructible Ridge wallet in your pocket. It slides right in your pocket. Nobody can even know it's there. But if somebody tries to come up behind you and stab you in the ass, they're going to break their knife off because this thing is indestructible. So as a matter of fact, if you want to make sure your ass is fully protected, get 2 Ridge wallets and stick one in each pocket. And a 99-day risk-free trial, a lifetime warranty on all of the, it's the last wallet you'll ever have to buy. And again, if you get 2 of them, it's the last time you'll have to protect your ass from stabbing. Brian, have you ever known a person to be stabbed in the ass while wearing a Ridge wallet?
You don't have to even finish the example. I could say, no.
That's my point. It doesn't son of a bitch being stabbed in the buttock that he's not carrying the wallet in the pocket of. Now the bare buttocks, they're exposed and ready to, be assaulted.
Why don't we focus on
cover your ass?
Why don't we focus on the minimalist wallet? Why don't we focus on credit cards and cash being carried with you in an easy way? The pickpockets won't even know where to go because there'll be no bulge, no sign.
Well, no. Next time somebody sticks their hand in your pocket, there'll be no bulge whatsoever. And folks, with the Ridge Tracker card, you're always going to know exactly where your wallet is before you have what Kevin Sullivan used to call a bag flip, and you've lost your bag and you don't know where it is. You'll always, actually, there's a uranium chip that's inserted into the Ridge wallet, and then you use a Geiger counter, and instantly, as soon as you start glowing, you found it.
Once again,
folks, but Ridge isn't just about wallets.
Necessary. No radiation involved. Let's just say that right here.
Well, when you're carrying something like this, it's like the old American Express Gold Card. It has advantages. And it's not just about wallets. They create premium everyday carry essentials like power banks, key cases, suitcases, straight jackets, and rings, all built with the same sleek and durable design. Get one of each. So right now, folks, if you go to ridge.com, R-I-D-G-E, ridge.com, and use the promo code JCE, you're going to get 10% off. Just, again, promo code JCE at checkout, 10% off anything there on the various products they have on that site, and tell them that you heard about them here, and especially let them know, or let your local physician know, that if there's any problem with the radioactivity, that you heard about it here. Ridge.com, promo code JCE.
That's right. Once again, just want to clarify here at the end, a wallet is what it is. A great way to carry your stuff minimally. They look good, they're cool, I like them. You'll like them too. All other improvisational comedy stylings are not necessarily endorsed by Ridge or myself or reasonable people. But reasonable or not, Ridge is there for you. One more time, Jim, that promo code.
Yes, it's JCE for 10% off at ridge.com. Just cross over the ridge down into the valley.
A great deal. A great deal. Jim, on the topic of TNA, you brought up earlier that there have been other changes. This was sent out by TNA June 17th, 2026 for release. TNA's creative leadership team will see an immediate shift. Tommy Dreamer, get the fuck out now, who has worked at TNA's creative and talent relation departments, is leaving the company as TNA Dreamer mutually agreed to part ways. TNA Wrestling has also come to terms on the release of Tessa Blanchard. We wish Tessa, Tommy, and others the best in the and others. I've never seen that as kind of thing. And others, yeah, we'll get to the other in a minute. The best in their future endeavors. That's such a smarmy, douchebaggy way of saying something. Just don't say anything unless you're gonna say, look, we fired these people and here's why. Because they don't know what they're fucking doing, or because we can't afford it, or because they piss somebody off, or whatever the case. Or just don't make a public goddamn announcement about it and embarrass everybody. Let's deal with this first, because this was actually, she quit. I have a quote from Tessa if you want to hear it. Well, and that's what I'm going to say is that she asked for her release from a contract that they got AAA, and that means they have you to CMLL. So she said, boy, howdy, how times have changed in the American wrestling business. If there had been somebody that was working simultaneously in America on a promotion with a TV show was seen nationwide and in Mexico, and they had to give one of them up, bye-bye Mexico 100 times out of 100, and now she said, no, fuck it, I'm going back to Mexico. So she said, release me and let me love again. Well, the quote from Tessa, I'm not exactly sure what it's from. It's in Spanish. It's a goddamn television show, I believe it's. And I feel very, ask me, Tessa, whether you're a CMLL wrestler or a TNA wrestler. I took my time to think it over with my dad, whom I trust very much. My life is here. I'm not just another foreigner. I'm the most Mexican gringa. There you go. And gets her over as a baby face because the people go, well, yes, she chose us. And at the same time, you know, if she lives there, she's a regular there, she's obviously being used well, and if Tony is saying, hey, stick with this, and it's a lot better job than TNA. Again, it's about the choice. She's not being told it's NXT or CMLL or WWE or CMLL. TNA is a level below NXT, which says where OVW is. But that's who's saying. And so, in what world would someone who, like she said, has a life in Mexico, but beyond that, can make money in Mexico in front of what every wrestler who works there tells you Arena Mexico is the greatest environment to wrestle in right now, versus wrestling small shows for TNA who are smaller and smaller, it seems like, which I don't know if that's to get ready for a sale or what it is, but they're thumb. People get mad when I say this, and they keep proving it. Under the thumb of WWE right now is TNA. So why would she? Well, in what world would a Tessa Blanchard say, I'll choose you guys? And also, there's an element of not only is she home there because she lives there now, but technically she's the next state over from home because she's from Texas. And, you know, it just makes sense. If she's happy there, she's wrestling regularly, she was already getting paid well before this thing came up, and etc. I wouldn't uproot myself on the theory of, oh, if I get over in TNA, then maybe WWE will send me to NXT. And then by the time that I would have bettered my situation, this wouldn't be a lateral move or potentially a downward move. She's 5 more years older.
And it's like, what the fuck?
Well, that's Tessa.
Bravo.
Tommy Dreamer, who was mentioned in that press release. I'll tell you, everything I was saying before about Al Snow as a booker, you can apply that to Tommy Dreamer times 10. I think, unfortunately, there's a lot of guys who rode in the car with Paul Heyman who, because he was nice to them because they drove him around, they don't realize they didn't pick up any of that booking sense or any of the, just anything via osmosis from him. And I don't think Tommy Dreamer should ever be involved in creative, and that's just from seeing his stuff in the past. Starting with, I think.
Let me say this. I've had a crossword with Tommy Dreamer, and Tommy Dreamer loves the wrestling business, and Tommy Dreamer loves being he's kind of got the qualities of the Mick Foleys or the fucking, just guys like that love being around the business and love being involved in the business. And he's always tried to help the younger guys, and he's worked hard, and in his career, he overachieved probably, as he would probably be the one to recognize, not built like Lex Luger or, possessed of some kind of outrageous nature boy Ric Flair. Except for a few fan fests, I've seen Tommy in longer than that. So it's not like I've sat down and had multiple conversations with him where I discussed his philosophy on wrestling and his approach and how to compare it to Eddie Graham's or whatever. But he was the one that they sat down when old Johnny Laryngitis took time from the chairman shit on heads to fuck with me at OVW. He suspended me for 6 weeks one time before he fired me. He suspended me for telling old Seven that if I ever saw him fucking wear a baseball cap at a match again, his head in with a baseball bat. You can't say that. I said, well, he can't wear that. So he gave me 6 weeks off with pay. Said, "We're the show." And while I was trying to say, I told Dave Davis, just don't let him fuck it up too bad, right? I'm not even going to pay attention. And then Danny called me. He said, well, yes. He said, what? Started a mystery. Where's the Cornette is? Because I told Danny, is just relay the message that they can say that Jim Cornette is, I can't even remember what it is, some innocuous business thing is on a tour of the West Coast scouting for new talent for the program. Whatever, right? He started a fucking mystery, and everybody was coming, where's Cornette? And calling attention to it. And I come back after 5 weeks to book the 6th week TV, and Dreamer's already left town and gone back, and I said, well, what's the goddamn finish? Where was I? What the fuck? It was like writing a murder mystery and getting all the way to the last chapter, and you never had the idea of who the murderer was to begin with. So I came down to it. There was goddamn people trying to undermine me in the WWF offices in Connecticut. So my legal counsel, I stayed off the air until I was able to speak about it and prove who had been spreading horrible words about me or whatever the fuck, and then we went into a goddamn thing. But yeah, he did. No, it's just, he loves the gimmick matches and the furniture and the things that the kids liked 20 years ago and that the Mark kids still like today. The Marks I'm talking about that are in the business. And no. So that's, that Tessa quit. They specifically said, Tommy Dreamer, you need to go away. And then others. And the other, who they didn't mention his name, was the little fat warthog, Sammy Callahan. Apparently they had made him their champion.